Hello and good afternoon. Hello and good afternoon. Welcome to the March 11th Historic District Commission meeting. This is the workshop portion of the meeting. And we have two pre-application reviews. This means that neither of these projects have submitted an application, but are coming to the board for some high-level, non-binding feedback. We'll just go in order and we'll start with 605 East Boulevard. And I believe everyone is online with us. I see Greg.
4 people on that team that I bring.
Okay, I see Greg and Jamie and Victor and Reverend Chappelle. So at this point, I am going to turn it over to the Dilworth United Methodist representatives. I'm not sure Greg, are you going to be doing the bulk of the presentation?
I will, yes.
Okay, great. And if you could make sure you speak really loudly into the microphone.
Okay, is that a little better?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, good.
Okay, and so I have your information pulled up. If you have video, we'd love to see y'all too. But wherever you'd like to begin, Greg.
All right, I am trying to get my video to go. Let's see if this works.
Okay. Oh, there you are.
All right, great. And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. So I'm ready when you guys are ready.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate the time and the ability to come forward here as in the workshop and get some information back. At Dilworth United Methodist Church, we have a small chapel that sits really on the corner of Springdale and East Boulevard that really was put in place in 1960. And due to a lot of particularly roof leaks and other issues over the course of the last several years, that's basically become unusable. So it's really fallen into disrepair. And over the last couple of years at Dilworth, we've been working with the congregation to figure out what do we want to do, how do we want to repurpose this, and really came back with the congregation. We all really want to be able to reimagine that building, make it usable, not just for the congregation, but also for the Dilworth community in general. And what we'd like to do is completely renovate the interior. It's approximately 2,200 square feet. It's currently known as the Terry Chapel, if anybody's familiar with that. We would want to completely renovate the interior of the building. One thing that we do know is that an entire roof replacement will be required. The idea is that we would replace the roof, but we'd also like to expand a little bit. Part of the issue that we have is the building is not ADA compatible. It's not easily accessible from East Boulevard or from our existing Jones building from the rest of the campus. So what we'd like to do is make the building much more accessible from both entrances, and we want to expand the footprint. So if from like the corner of Springdale and East Boulevard on the west side, so the west wall, which I can see right there, we'd like to expand that out and add about 550 approximate square feet to the building to allow us to have a much more flexible layout to where we can utilize the interior with different flexible layouts depending on the type of presentation or whatever type of meeting might be going on. So the idea is to expand that out a little bit, about 550 square feet. And then on the west side, we would have double doors leading out onto a patio. So that's kind of what you see in the picture there is we have an expansion, a little bit larger building, but then also opening out onto a patio area. And the other part of what we'd really like to do is to connect this into our existing campus building, to connect it back into the Jones building. And that would give us much more accessibility for folks at church and also others who might be attending. our current renderings, which Jenkins PR Architects we have a shot of it here. That's one of their renderings. Shows that we would plan to keep the style of the expansion in with the existing kind of campus in general. Certainly the Terry Chapel, but also the other buildings, so that there would be consistency throughout. So the main changes exterior will be on the west side of the existing building. The picture that you have in front of you right now shows you from the corner of Springdale and East. And what we see there is there's really no exterior changes from that view, other than we have beautiful stained glass windows on the east side, which you see in this picture. But if you walk by our Terry Chapel today, you will not see those because there are plastic coverings over the stained windows on the east side, and also at the front, the very top of the picture that we have that you're showing there. The very top, the round stained glass window. These are beautiful stained glass windows of which you cannot see whatsoever. So part of our project is to kind of uncover these, to take off the plastic that's covering it now, and to bring them back to their original beauty, and then probably have some type of a clear plastic that would be a protective coating for them. But so from this angle, really the changes, there are no other exterior changes other than making it prettier. But one thing we would like to do is we would like to replace the front door. It's currently like an all wood door, no light coming through there. We would like to open that up a little bit. And that's in a nutshell what we're looking to do. So
Greg, I'm going to switch over to maybe a Google map so we can help orient folks a little more.
Sure.
I'd say a site plan would be super helpful.
Okay, so from the images, this image is where on the building?
That is the
Right
corner
here?
of Springdale and East Boulevard. So it's that little building right there. That's it. Yes.
It's this little building right here. Okay.
Correct.
And then this view is where?
That's basically looking from the sanctuary, the larger building, right where the red dot is. That's kind of
Here?
the view from that angle. Yeah, that's close to that. Yep.
Looking towards this building. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, let's see here. So this is that existing building with the stained glass that's covered up that you want to open up.
Correct.
These are your original wood doors you want to replace.
They are. That's right.
Okay. And then the new build is right here in this area. Is that right?
That's right. And you can see where it would kind of tie back into the other building, the Jones building, how that would all kind of take effect. Yes.
So that is this. This is the new part. Is this the edge of the existing building?
It is.
Okay, so it's just this part right here that you wanted to add.
That's right.
Okay. All right. This is the best I got, commissioners. With the trees. Over to you. Questions, comments, the applicant, do you want to?
I guess I have a question. So, I mean, I think as I'm just looking at it big picture, one of the things that would be most important for me as a commissioner is to make sure that if you're adding on to this existing historic structure, that it's done in a way that is evident that it's not part of the historic structure, but also that if it were ever to be removed, it wouldn't be damaging the existing historic structure as well. That's kind of my first thought.
So would you, is kind of the thought that the addition would look different from the existing Terry Chapel and Jones building? So slightly like different architecture style and or color, is that right?
Not necessarily, almost
Okay.
more just the way that the joinery of the masonry
Okay,
or, you know, using a cast stone that matches the accent pieces or just something so that you're not you're not trying to tooth together old brick and new brick
Okay.
and some things like that. And just making sure, yeah, the way that they're integrating, they're not hurting any of the historic structure and that it's evident that, and we're not truly trying to. So an example would be when in other buildings where we've had brick to brick, we've actually left an expansion joint and did not have the two pieces kind of toothed together, which, in normal construction, that isn't usually what people would do, but for us, that's important. So I think that, that would just be important for me. I, in our guidelines, we want compatibility with the new structure and the historic structure. There is, some variation to what is considered compatible, but, that would be for, overall review of the board. But I do think that it's going to be important that the architects and designers address the integrity of how they're going to be touching the historic structure in itself.
There will be an expansion joint between the addition and this, basically everywhere.
Okay.
This addition will actually cantilever over to both the existing Terry Chapel and the Jones building and not actually touch it, but there will be an expansion joint detail. So yeah, so it will protect and not be toothed. It won't be toothed together. There'll probably be a 2 or 4 inch kind of expansion joint that has to happen just
Okay.
from a constructability standpoint.
When I'm looking at that perspective, I feel like the addition is almost two at the same height as, the existing structure. And then also as it is engaging kind of back into where the windows are on the perpendicular building. So just more of that kind of stuff. Conceptually, I think that it's within our guidelines, but again, we have to do full review, but just those kinds of little details, you don't want there to be competition and you want integration, but you don't want, it doesn't have to be matchy either, so.
Would the commission be open to a more modern interpretation that was more classy and
Yeah.
and really differentiated,
Oh.
that carried the same, like, the opening language that they have?
Yeah.
But maybe with lighter materials?
We have, definitely.
Okay. I just wanted them to hear if
Yeah.
that was a possibility.
Can I ask also, it looks in this rendering as if you're taking out the wall on the side of that chapel. Are you removing the wall between the
That-
addition and the existing chapel? No, on the interior, to the left of where you are.
That's correct.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Well, yeah, that would be a no.
Because that means that it's not reversible to the extent that the
Yeah.
Secretary of Interior guidelines recall. May I also ask, what's the date of construction of that small chapel?
I'm sorry, the original date was, we placed it in service, I believe, in 1960.
Thank you.
Yeah, so that in itself does have its historic standing. Yeah, typically when we allow for additions, we request that they be done in a way that they could be removed without hurting the historic structure. So the integration of the interior, even though we don't purvey interior, the reversibility is important.
Since it's on the front.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on a major elevation, right? Yeah, okay.
I think
Any feedback about we've got maybe one more minute. Any feedback about the windows or the door replacement requests?
Oh, typically without there being evidence that the doors are damaged without and not repairable, our guidelines do not allow us to replace doors and windows that are in good condition.
And I think they're uncovering windows. I think that's.
Oh,
fine.
and the uncovering is great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want you to take it back to its original
Okay.
stature.
So I'd like to touch on the utility of the chapel expansion for the church congregation. In our programming exercises and meeting with them, the need to expand it is part of the impetus. They have been and hopefully will continue to be a growing church, and they're trying to basically repurpose the chapel so that it better serves the congregation and the community, and then being able to expand it as part of it. So the wall that the wall that would be removed on the exterior is to maintain as much openness and utility with expanding the chapel. The point of the project is an expansion to the chapel, and so the historic part of the church really is the original 1926, or the most historic part is the 1926 sanctuary. And this is the lesser of all the historic fabric to the project. And so I would offer that I think forcing the church, or trying to force, that'll probably kill the project, but forcing the hand of keeping the existing exterior wall with the expansion totally flies in the face of the intent of the project to begin with. So I would just like to offer that up and get some feedback from the commission on that.
Well, if you come back to us and it's a submittal, we can review the information fully, but I would tell you, there's fenestrations and there's architectural, structural elements that are existing that would be taken into consideration. So, we'd be happy to review it.
I would maybe suggest meeting with staff as
Oh,
a great next step.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay,
I mean,
awesome.
staff is your friend. Yeah, they can definitely help with some of that direction as well.
Awesome. Well, thank you all so much. We've got to move on to our next applicant for the workshop, and always glad to set up a meeting with staff. So our
Okay.
next applicant, thanks, everybody.
That's great. We'll do that. Thank
That
you.
was great. Yep,
Bet. Bye-bye.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Our next application is 824 Brookside Avenue. And Adam is with us. Hi, Adam.
How you doing?
Good.
I've got my wife here as well.
Oh, hi there.
How are you?
Let's see here. Okay, I am going to actually start you on, I'm going to move a little backwards.
Okay.
I'm going to start from the end because I feel like the elevations are really helpful. So if you want to start your presentation about what you're trying to do, I have you on slide 3.
Okay.
And then we can go back and look at site plan.
Sounds great. Yeah, I mean, thank you for taking the time here. We purchased a house just over a couple of years ago, and we had our first child, and we're just looking to essentially add on to the house to make it feel a little bit bigger for us. And so we sat down with our architect and drew up potentially what would look like an extension coming a little bit outside of the house. And so when we first sat down and had our initial meeting, they said that this would be a great idea to kind of to look at this workshop, to get some ideas from you guys and feedback. So we can really kind of see, and I don't want to take too much time kind of talking. I'd rather go through it, and then if you had any questions on each of the slides, would take the feedback and kind of be happy to answer. But if you kind of went to the bottom of the presentation, actually, I think one of the unique things that we were looking at with our architect, and we kind of saw this on Polaris, which is like at the very bottom. Our lot is, and I know everybody probably says this, but our lot is actually quite unique in terms of the width that we get at the side of our house, which is quite uncommon for the district. So our architect was really interested in using some of that and seeing what could be done there. So that's why everything kind of is drawn up the way it is, and we thought we'd use this as an opportunity to get some of your feedback. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that. Yeah. So we're kind of open to so that is actually, so that's our neighbor's house right next door, who kind of has a similar lot coming out to the side they're from their other side of the house. So I just kind of wanted to show that it kind of has been done previously as well.
Okay, great.
And essentially what we'd be looking at is coming outside the house, there'd be a slight hallway leading onto a bedroom and then a second bedroom. We're also looking at like the way our house is laid out now. We don't really have a dining room area. So we would look at using one of the rooms as a dining room, and then extend out of the dining room to have an exterior family room at the back of the house. And then also potentially add a patio coming outside past the deck area that we currently have, and actually building a room under where the deck area is currently.
Under the family room.
So under the family room, sorry. Yeah, to the left of or depending where you're looking at it.
Thanks, Adam. Commissioners?
I have pen and paper. I probably won't be able to answer any of the questions, but I'll take notes.
Typically, we like you to go straight back instead of to the side. We do have the opportunity of the land. My response would be just, make sure that the massing of the addition doesn't overpower the size of the existing structure. The overall movement of the addition appears to be a little bit busier and choppier than the main structure of the house. So just take into consideration the
Simplicity of form.
the overall form of the element. The reason why the commission is here is to help people do things within the standards, but something that potentially staff wouldn't be able to approve. So I can't speak for everyone, but I think just the complexity of the structure in itself needs to be reviewed.
Is it the 2-bay width?
Yeah, it's
That's-
just much busier. The
That's
change in roof line, it's a lot of window for a small space. Even though they do have the twin windows on the main house, I just think it's broken up too much and the roof lines are very complex.
He did note his neighbors, did have a
Yeah.
slight bump out.
Yep.
but, the contrast, I think, is they have a single window. It's much narrower. Is
yeah.
that what you're trying to?
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want it to, it does appear that it's set back very nicely on the existing structure, which is helpful. I just don't want it to take away from the simplicity of the existing house. And
Okay.
You've kind of
And-
got a lot of gables going on, and just simplicity of structure, I think, would help you.
Okay.
That's my thought.
So.
I would agree. I think that some further visual representation, potentially 3D views of the existing as well as the proposed, and how they relate and coordinate with one another would go a long way to kind of helping the commission make a determination on this type of addition scenario.
Okay.
Anybody else?
I agree with Commissioner Wojcik that it being set back is good and the height being consistent with the existing structure is wise. I do think that it is coming out awfully far for what we typically see, that we can approve. And I'd also caution you to take a look at your permeability from the backyard. Make sure that you're not running into those constraints.
I think it's not showing their full lot. Here's their full lot. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But it is definitely an excellent point. Yeah.
Oh, and the other element too is I don't know if your house has been added on to in the past, when you do the calculation, make sure that it's 50% of the rear yard from the historic house for your architect.
Okay.
Can you explain that a little more? 50% of the rear yard from the historic house. So
Yeah. Yeah, staff can help you
Okay.
walk through those details, but those would be things that we would definitely want to see.
okay.
Thank you for your submittal, and we look forward to a future reviewable project.
Staff will work with you as well.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
I have 3 quick announcements and 1 request. At council on Monday night, the Plaza Midwood member that y'all recommended was appointed. So Sean Atkinson will be joining us, of course, after he goes through orientation and swearing in with the clerk's office. Thank you, everybody, for filling out the spring retreat survey. April 24th was the winner, so we'll meet on Friday, April 24th. I will send out an email and a calendar hold for everybody, but wanted to make that announcement. We're working internally on a little bit of strategic planning about we're in our 50th year anniversary, and we're looking where we want to go the next 50 years. We started this conversation at our last retreat, and we have a partner survey that will be going out to all of you. So I hope you'll all fill it out. It should only take like 5 or 10 minutes, but will help us with planning for the future. And then the last announcement is that our chair and vice chair are not here today, and we thank Heather Wojcik, our second vice chair, acting as chair today, but she has to recuse from our first item. So we will need to ask for someone to substitute in as chair for item number 1. Attorney Paige, should we do this during the business meeting, or should we wait until after we open the official meeting?
I think we open the official meeting, and I think she can do kind
She
of the
can open.
intro. Yep.
And then we'll go through the vote. Okay, great. Excellent. Are we ready to start?
Read this.
Yes.
Do I read all of it?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Start at the beginning. Yep.
Yeah, well, that's great.
It's okay. Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
The Charlotte Historic Commission welcomes you to the March 11th of 2026 meeting. I am Heather Wojcik, HDC Vice Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:04 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sarah Kerms, Cameron Holtz, Emily Sowash, Sean Sullivan, Brett Taylor, and Scott Whitlock, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Lighty, Marilyn Dratt, Jen Burr, Elizabeth Lamy, Claire Light Graham, and JT Fawcett, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitted applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means that it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must meet its decisions. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinances standards, not personal preferences or opinions. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to be submitted during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you are not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off any silent any electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an applicant must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by phone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wish to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC standard guidelines or design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. The HDC staff and applicant will be given an opportunity to rebut and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, denial, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? This concludes the begin public hearing. Sorry, I haven't done this before. So now what, since I have to leave, so somebody needs to take my place.
All right, so we need a motion and a second for a acting chair for this first application.
I make a motion. Can I make a motion?
Sure,
Commissioner Holt.
I guess. Can she? Okay.
To review application.
Okay,
one.
to act as chair for,
To act as chair.
okay.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, great. So yes, Heather has a conflict and has to recuse. Okay. Heather, will you hand Commissioner Holtz the
The piece of paper.
whole piece of paper? Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Okay, our first application, we are starting out with consent cases. We have 2 consent cases today that Jennifer Baer will be presenting, and we are starting with 1614 The Plaza. So Jen, over to you.
Thanks, Christy. Good afternoon, everyone. Our first item today is for an application to rebuild the previous screened-in mudroom addition on the right side of the building at 1614 The Plaza. During last winter, a tree fell on the mudroom addition and caused damage. So at the time, staff could have issued an emergency COA to rebuild the mudroom exactly how it was previously, but the applicant took this opportunity to expand and enclose this mudroom to make it more functional. So the staff memo starts on page 1 and then goes through page 4. Here's our map. This is a picture of the front of the house. It is an interior lot. We have here the site plan with the area of the mudroom in orange here. And this is a few photos before the damage. So right where it's circled. And then after the damage, so pretty much here's the tree that fell. Jen, you can I do that? So here are the proposed mudroom elevations. So the screens would be removed, replaced with casement windows, and then lap siding, asphalt shingle, wood trim, wood windows and wood doors. And then we have a couple additional details on the last page. Staff is recommending approval of the project with a few conditions that are listed here on page 2 of the staff memo, A through H. And really, these conditions are just acknowledging that the applicant wants to be using salvage materials. So that's allowing staff to move forward and work with the applicant, knowing that there's maybe some minor changes moving forward using salvage materials.
Okay, does any member of commission have a conflict? We've already recused. Does any member of the commission want to take this off of the consent agenda? Okay. Does anyone have a comment or motion on this?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. I move that we approve this project. This project is not incongruous with the Plaza Midwood District and meets the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation numbers 9 and 10. and the City of Charlotte Design Standards for Editions 6.2 through 6.24. And there are some conditions listed in the staff recommendations, item number 2, A through H. That's it.
Anybody have a second?
Second.
All right, let's vote. Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
That is 6, and myself, yes, 7 in favor, the motion passes.
All right, our second application is also on our consent agenda. Commissioner Wojcik has returned to the meeting. Our second application is for changes to the front porch and 2 new accessory structures in the rear yard at 916 Mount Vernon Avenue. Oh, and Commissioner Kerr has recused. The staff memo starts on page 1 and goes through page 5. And we have our map here, front of the building here. This is an interior lot, but the accessory buildings are visible from the street, so that's why it's in front of the commission for review. We have a couple photos here of existing conditions. The front porch columns appear to not be original due to their size and proportions, so the applicant is proposing to replace them with 8-inch round columns and would be in the same layout and configuration as what's shown here. And then the door surround, roof, all of that remains the same. The site plan shows the 2 new accessory buildings in the rear yard in yellow here on either side of the pool. And then we have our elevations for the enclosed accessory building on page 9 and the elevations for the open pavilion accessory building on page 10. And then starting on page 11, we have a few elevations that show the accessory buildings in relation to the primary building and then also in comparison to the neighboring home to the right. And then staff is recommending approval of this project. There's just a couple conditions here under number 2. And we did have a neighbor submit a letter. I don't believe they're online to speak. So they submitted this letter that speaks mostly to grading and drainage, which is not under the purview of the commission, but just wanted to make you aware of the letter that was submitted.
Can I also add the letter was submitted in January when this was originally up for review, so it's not in this month's agenda supplement, but in the January agenda supplement. And since they're not here, it's considered hearsay, and the commission is not required to remove this from the consent agenda unless they wish to. Thanks.
So as a commission, I just ask if everybody is good with it staying on the consent agenda. Anybody have an issue? Okay, good. That's great. So, does somebody want to make a motion for
I
it?
have a motion. I move to approve this application because the proposed project is non-incongruous with the Dilworth District. It meets the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation numbers 2, 9, and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for additions 6.20 through 6.24. This approval comes with the following conditions: that permit-ready construction drawings be submitted to staff for final review with the following conditions. Column material should be wood, consistent with prior commission approvals for front porch columns, and that the applicant provide manufacturer specifications for brick, mortar, windows, and doors.
Great. So we need a second.
Second.
Thank you. And I just need to ask for everybody to vote. Sorry, think I would. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
So it is approved. Oh, and me, Commissioner Wojcik, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 approved.
7.
7. Thank you. So, okay.
Thank you. Our next application is going to be 416 Hermitage Court, and we're going to pass it over to Elizabeth.
Sorry to interrupt. I forgot to mention at the very beginning that application number 11-2126 Charlotte Drive, the applicant has deferred, and so that application will not be heard today. Just as an announcement for the commission as well as for anyone joining us online. We'll also make a second announcement later when we get closer to that application. Thank you. And okay, and please note that Commissioner Kerm is recused for case number 3 as well.
Hi, everyone. This application is for 416 Hermitage Court. And this application is for design changes to an approved certificate of appropriateness.
Oh,
Yes.
welcome to the applicant pool.
Sorry. I'm so sorry. The applicant is in the room.
And you're sworn in, correct? Yes. Okay, great. And then you just press the microphone till it turns green. You don't have to keep it held down. That's it.
Okay.
Perfect.
So the design changes are, there's 3 of them. One is that the applicant is proposing to paint the new unpainted brick foundation wall for the front porch and on the new connector between the historic primary house and the addition from the 80s. Then we have changes to the front porch flooring and steps, changing from wood tongue and groove porch flooring and brick steps to bluestone tile on the floor and steps. Go. And then the last change is eliminating some windows, one window on the rear, a small window on the rear, and then a triple window also on the rear. So this window here didn't make it, and then this triple window here. And this application is an after the fact review with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. Piper is here and has been sworn in. So just let me know where you'd like to start.
If you could say your name and.
Yes.
Yes. Piper McKee Warner, and I am representing 416 Hermitage Court.
And you can move the mic closer to yourself.
Okay. Well, you want to tackle the painted brick first?
Okay. And I can go to your slide 2 as well.
As stated in the written narrative, the house was already painted. As far as we know, it's always been painted. In the historic picture, it's painted. in a Polaroid that we found on site inside one of the walls. It's painted. And then the 1980s renovation was also painted. So in order to keep with consistency of the foundations, because there are several different types of brick on the house, either due to the original brick, repairs, the 1980s addition, and then of course our addition. As much as we tried to match size and texture, we just were not going to find the same brick. So since it was already painted, we went ahead and in our notes, we said match existing brick foundation, thinking that it would be painted. The only place that it is shown from that you see it is actually on the front porch. The connector itself sets behind the existing building. This area is all set behind the existing, and for this connector part, this was actually two kinds of foundation. When we started the project, it was brick, and then it was a weird board and batten. So when we straightened out that wall, we toothed in the new brick with the existing brick, which you can see here with the mud splatter, which got cleaned up. Then if we go to the front porch picture, maybe you want to go the historic should be, let's see, 1A, I think, HGC 1A. So it would be your down one. Yep. Up to 1A.
1A.
Down.
Sorry,
Sorry.
this is what I got.
Bottom right
And
hand
one more.
corner.
It's one more slide. Okay.
Sorry about that.
A little bit more.
Okay.
So here,
Piper, can you take your microphone with you? Just while you're talking, so we can make sure you can travel with it.
oh no,
Okay.
no, that's one, that's, can you go up just a little bit?
Yeah.
Do not, 1A.
I don't seem to have a 1A. So I apologize for that.
Well, I can work with it.
Okay.
With two. So basically, we were toothing in existing brick and to make the foundation look uniform, we decided that painting it would be the best option for us. So. You want to talk about the materials of the porch floor since porch
we're on
floor?
that elevation
Sure. So,
or page?
we don't have a really good picture of what was there before. It was our assumption based on other porches on Hermitage that it was originally a tongue and groove porch floor with brick piers. However, when we started taking the existing stone off, it at some point had been filled in. And so there was no evidence that it was originally a tongue and groove porch floor. So we went back with a new stone floor to match what was there before. Just in terms of material, stone, not necessarily the rustic feel that the stone was put on with. So.
And then
Windows. The windows. So with the windows, during demolition, we had not realized that there was a very large there's large structural elements there that we had no idea about. So we decided to keep those in place because if we took those out, then it would have been a much larger issue. Either we take the entire original addition down and have to come in, or we go back because we would have just gone back with what we had. So in order to keep the project going forward, we decided to keep the existing structure there and eliminate those 2 windows on the rear. It was also decided, as much as it would have been great to have the view when that back wall was open, there she's looking right back at the seniors' home parking lot. So it didn't make a whole lot of sense to open that up to a view. The last window that we removed, it's a little difficult to understand this because this picture is the original corner, but where the window was removed is part of the new addition. So the window, the corner window was kept. It was a new window that we were proposing that kind of matched a window that was on the opposite side. But it for scopes or for a change of plan, the window wasn't desired, and so we eliminated it. Again, all these windows are on the rear of the house, not seen from the street.
Okay.
Before we get into questions, the COA is included on page 22 of the presentation, and it also includes that the foundation will be unpainted brick and that the front porch will be wood tongue and groove. So just letting the commission know that.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
Do we have any speakers?
Oh, thank you. I've got them.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. I can start and you guys can ponder. So I'm gonna go to the windows to begin with, just because I think that's the easier place to start. But the windows that did not get installed were windows that you were proposing to be installed. They did not already exist. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And based on existing site conditions and structural elements, it was better to not do that.
Correct.
Okay. And then the porch itself, there was a thought process that there was a structurally frame or a wood frame structure below the existing stone that was there. But when you started doing demo, you found out that it was not. It was backfilled. And what was the material that was underneath that stone?
It was pretty much trash and like whatever concrete they decided to get rid of on site.
Okay, so. At that point, I mean, so I don't know who was in charge of the site review, but this is the part where we hate these after the fact pieces because we feel like we end up with a lot of this where people just make site changes and don't come back and talk to staff and see what needs to be discussed. But it probably would have been a simple modification once you discovered, you know, the existing site conditions. So for everybody that's listening and anybody that ever presents to us, please, if anything changes during construction, contact the staff so that you know how to move forward so that we don't have to go back through this again. It'd just be a lot easier for everybody and it would save everybody a lot of time. So that's my recommendation in the future. I do understand that because of the construction of the porch, the proposed and approved material would not be applicable to go back in. But the problem is that what was installed is specifically noted as not being approvable in our guidelines for that location. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. And so we would just rather not be at this point, for anybody. So those were my big elements. The painted foundation, that is a big no-no, and it always kind of has been. And especially since it was in the, approval process. And we really say that on every project, is that any brick that is any masonry that's being installed is not supposed to be painted. So why is there new masonry if that was a foundation wall and there was already a backfill behind it? Like, what did the new masonry cover up? Or was the foundation wall of the porch removed and rebuilt?
No.
Okay.
It was not. It was a concrete.
Veneer face?
Veneer, yes,
Okay, so the brick was added to cover up the existing concrete.
correct.
Okay.
And again, that was for consistency of the foundation.
Was it block or was it poured concrete?
It looked like it was poured concrete.
And the elevation is like one step up?
I believe there
No,
are
two.
two.
Okay. So it's pretty tall. Those are my questions. Thank you. Commissioners?
Just echoing, like to just echo your points. Come back to staff whenever there is a change in material or you want to you discover conditions that will require a substantial change. This isn't hard. We are very, very clear in our standards and our instructions, and we encourage you to work with staff whenever, except whenever problems are found.
If there's no other questions, we'll close for deliberation. Okay. So, we have 3 very specific items. One, painted foundation is pretty much a no-no. As far as I know, we've only allowed it maybe one time, and there is
It was due to disparate.
yeah,
parts
it
and
was,
connectivity and mortar sizes, and it was a very different situation.
yeah, this is, created, this situation was created by the construction and design of the project. It was very specific in the approval process, what was supposed to happen with the brick. It sounds like the brick in the front was not even necessary for the project. It doesn't seem, the material, so it doesn't seem that the brick veneer was a requirement for the project. It was an aesthetic choice. And then the porch floor in itself, bluestone is not approvable on the front elevation of our houses. And really that should have just gone back to staff because the construction would not allow for what we approved. And number 3, the eliminated windows. I'd be interested to what you guys think about the fenestration. One of the windows was something that was designed and not incorporated, so it wasn't that it was existing and removed. Actually, both of them were designed and eliminated, not something that was existing and removed, so we don't have to worry about historic windows. But I still think the fenestration is something for us to discuss. Anybody have any thoughts? So specifically rear elevation, that's on the back of, I think, the family room. There was supposed to be a 3-gang, there's structural framing that was holding a header. do we feel that it is important to have the wall to the left broken up from a fenestration standpoint? And apparently it sounds like just the assisted living facility behind them is what can see that view.
It's hard for me to tell how large that space actually is, but because of the photo cutting off, but it does seem like an awfully lot of wall to be yeah,
So,
okay,
yeah,
thank
there you
you. That helps. It seems like we would have asked for a window there.
The only thing I might share with the commission is that when projects space outside the district, sometimes you have been in previous a little more lenient on those elevations. So, you may have some flexibility with past practice.
Does anybody else? Yes, sir. Commissioner Taylor.
Regarding the windows, my opinion hasn't changed. It's the private realm and it's a non-issue.
Okay.
I would agree with Commissioner Taylor that I don't think the windows facing the rear of the project are a concern. I think that some of the balance that is created with the windows that have been provided with the Craftsman style seem more in line. And the expansive wall, I don't feel like is enough to really concern as a blank wall facade. And then all wrapped up in what Commissioner Taylor has mentioned, it being facing the private realm. And
Okay. Does anybody have any thoughts on painted brick foundation or changing the materials on the porch?
Well, nothing beyond our standards are what they are, and that don't allow for either.
Okay, well, it sounds like we have all of our information to make a motion. Who would like to make a motion?
I may have missed it. Did we close? We didn't. Okay. Sorry.
yeah,
We can help with standards if that's what you
You
need.
can make multiple motions, and I believe, Elizabeth, if you go up to your staff report, maybe you cited some standards to help the commission.
Yes.
So page 1. If you want the window, if you wanted to break it up, you can break it up. What you thinking?
I'm thinking about the painted brick.
Okay.
I mean, I guess my thought on the painted brick is that the brick was part of an original assumption. And it looks like it was replacing stone rubble facade of the existing porch.
If I may, Commissioner Allred, the COA specifically said not to paint the brick, and when we originally approved the project, they were told not to paint the brick. So I think you have a pretty strong leg to stand on, aligned with that and our standards.
I arguably disagree.
That they violated what the commission approved and what was in the COA?
Yes, sort of.
Okay.
How do you do that?
I mean, we're supposed to consider this as a brand new project, so.
We are, and we don't paint brick,
Yeah.
ever.
I
You'll need to make. a
respectfully
bigger
disagree,
case.
but yeah.
Well, we.
So I make a motion to deny the application regarding the stone porch material and the painted brick veneer and it is incongruous with the special character of the district as described in chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with the secretary and inconsistent with the secretary of interior standards for historic rehabilitation. Specifically sections 5.5, number 6, 5.7, number 2 and number 6, 6.18, number 6, and 6.17, number 3.
Wait, so we vote on, oh, is there a second?
Second.
So if we could vote on that section, Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred, oh, wait, yeah, Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
and Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik, yes, so that is approved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 7 votes.
It'll be the motion passes.
The motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Make a second motion to approve the application in reference to the windows, as the application as shown is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and is consistent with the Secretary of Interior Standard for Historic Rehabilitation 2.5. And specifically the design standards section 6.15.
Is there a second?
Can I offer
Oh,
a friendly amendment
yep.
that we note that this is in the private realm and it is looking out on the, onto a property that is not part of the district?
Agreed.
In that case, I second.
The second. All right, Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Okay, and Commissioner Wojcik, yes. So that is a motion passes 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kerm will be rejoining us for the next application. And I believe the applicant for the next application, John, is in the room. John, come on up.
All right, this next application is for 2011, 2015, 2019, 2023, and 2027 Thurmond Place. This is continued from the January meeting. For the following items that are listed on page 1 of the memo, I'm just going to touch on them briefly as soon as it loads. All right. So to just touch on those continued items, we have the east elevation planter design. It's on page 13 of the presentation. Then we have removing the concrete pavement up against the building's foundation and information regarding the missing planting strip along the foundation. But that is on page 23 of the presentation. For unit 2011, the front entry stoop that faces Thurmond Place, we're supposed to have additional information about the 6-foot wide sidewalk material to the sidewalk entry. And that is found on page 16 and 17 of the presentation. And then the last item was information regarding all landscape and hardscape changes and the proposed new tree locations between buildings 2 and 3. And that information starts on page 20 of the presentation. And John, if you can just say your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to start.
Sure. John Mang, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard, Charlotte 28208. And thanks for having me here again. I think we're down to a couple of items. There are three main ones, and kind of the fourth one is as Elizabeth mentioned, the fourth one's the pathway around the pond. If we can start, just go up to I think it's page 3 or page 123. It's on the numbers here, but 3 of the current one. The first item was that patio coming out of the doorway to the side of the unit there, and the stairs that were constructed that were not in the original plans. We originally had a planter there. We were asked to restudy that. We have come back with removing the stairs and connecting the patio to the south of the page over to be in alignment with the patio on the back side. There is a bit of a grade transition where you can see the brick on the corner of the building there in the plan view. There's a step that goes up. It's approximately a brick and a half worth of height. So that will have a brick front step to it to match the other detailing around the rest of the property and the brick lined patios. The exposed aggregate concrete step will be removed. That will be replaced with a brick step to be harmonious with the other exposed aggregate concrete steps that we agreed to replace with the last approval, making that a continuous kind of a harmonious foundation wall as it wraps around the corner of that building and a kind of a wraparound porch. If there's not any questions on that, we can move to the next item. Okay. The next item, if you continue going down, Elizabeth, was the pathway that goes out to the street and this bump out. We had some good feedback at the last meeting about having a patio on the street since the rest of those units have a patio on the street. We have made that as large as we can up to the property line to make that a habitable area. There's a couple of steps down, and then from the stairs on the side of the unit going out to the street will be a concrete walkway that was detailed out per the approved COA drawings in the original submission. So that part remains intact and in alignment with the approved drawings. Both plan and elevation views of both sides and some construction details of how the brick site wall and edge of the concrete slab will be detailed out so you don't see any exposed concrete at grade level. And then the site around the pond, there was originally a brick walkway that was in disrepair that was removed throughout the course of construction. There was also the tree save area that was originally approved, went through a revision process with the city during construction. We have both of those plans in there. But what we are proposing is where that original brick walkway was in agreement or in line with Secretary of Interior standards to provide a ghosted pathway back, which would be done out of pea gravel with the slope is rather sloping down towards the pond rather significantly in certain areas. We'll have a metal landscape edging that will hold the pea gravel in place so we don't have to worry about washout. That is a bit of a change from what we discussed last meeting. They were going to do an exposed aggregate concrete paver. We went back with the pea gravel and the edging because we felt as though that was most in line with the Landmarks Commission letter that we attached to this as well that approved all the hardscape surfaces to be pea gravel or exposed aggregate concrete and also be harmonious with the pea gravel that we're proposing as we remove the concrete around the perimeter of the building on either side of the patios that we'll see in a minute here. We did attach the approval letter from Landmarks Commission, highlighted in yellow is where it states that those areas be allowed to be those elements in the gravel that matches in color and texture. And we already have that on building 3, I believe. I'm sorry, building 1 in certain areas, and then other areas on the other 3 buildings on the property. And there's just an example on the top picture right there of how the edging would work, holding the pea gravel back against the mulched area around the pond as we ghost in that old pathway. And then down to 23, we are removing the concrete between the driveway aprons and the stoops that go up and walkways that go up to the entry doors into the units. What is in yellow is already pea gravel. What is in the reddish color, that is areas where we're going to be removing concrete and going back with the pea gravel. So that entire perimeter of the building will be in harmony with the intent of the guidelines. And then along the rightmost edge, that will be removed down to the step where the brick step is. That's the patio where we're wrapping around, replacing the exposed aggregate concrete with the brick step. From the edge of the step down to the roadway, there is a pretty severe grade change going down to Thurman Place. We would like to keep that one, that part exposed aggregate concrete to keep it from washing into the public street in heavy rain events. So we are proposing that portion south of the page, south of the step, stays the concrete. And then just the last 2 pages are just for reference only. These are the with all of the improvement elevations for all 4 facades from everything that was approved at the last meeting and what hopefully will be approved in the near future. So you can see the entire proposed final elevations for approval.
We don't have any speakers.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions of the applicant? Yes, sir.
Actually, going back, could we go back to slide 23? If you could just explain again where you wanted to keep the exposed concrete. I wasn't clear on which section.
With the step that we're replacing right along this edge here and the brick, from that point south on the page to the out to the public street to Thurman Place.
Okay.
Just that area. Everything else would be the exposed aggregate concrete unless there's a driveway apron or a walkway to a stoop.
Do we have a photograph of that condition in the application, or?
If you go back, Elizabeth, to the staff report. Yep.
There we go. Okay.
So that this step is being replaced with a brick step, and then from this point south. And again, this whole corner gets filled in, and it's a patio that wraps around to match up with this one here.
But that's going to be veneered in brick, though.
Correct.
Yeah. So, but there was a section that you were requesting be kept exposed concrete, I thought.
Just the walking surface from this point along the edge of the.
Oh, just that space between the curb and the wall.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm gonna do one kind of quick review and then that, if that sparks anything. So, we asked for four things in the last review, continuation. Can you guys pull up what those four things, can you go to that? Yeah. Could we just gonna read that list out loud because I feel like you've addressed everything that we've asked. I want to make sure that we say it out loud, and that way if any other commissioners have any questions, great, and if not, we'll close for deliberation. So basically, in the continuation, we asked for the east elevation planner design, which you addressed with the new walkway back to the patio. We asked that you remove the concrete pavement up against the building, around the driveway and entries to the, buildings, which you did. Provide information regarding the missing planter space along the, building foundation. Provide information regarding the missing planting strip. That was where we just talked about Mr. Sullivan, Commissioner Sullivan. And then the front entry stoop that faces Thurman, that was the one that the sidewalk wasn't there, but you're putting the sidewalk in and connecting it to the front patio on that unit. And then the last one was regarding the landscape hardscape around the retention pond tree and the tree locations. So the new tree locations between building 2 and 3, did we talk about that?
The approved site plan, revision to the approved site plan from the city is attached to this. They have the trees located, same number of trees. The tree save area boundary changed a little bit from the planning process. The trees are noted on there. However, there's the city arborist is going to meet on site for the exact location because there's some power lines and some things that are being coordinated that makes it difficult to put on this plan.
I thought that was the area that we were talking about. I just wasn't sure. Okay, great. So those were the items that we continued for. If you guys want to close for deliberation, or we can close for deliberation if there's no other questions. Okay. We kind of walked through. Does anybody have any issues? Did we feel like that everything got addressed that we were asking for in the continuation? Yep. Okay. So then we should have a motion. I can't make it.
I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve this application because the proposed project not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5 in that it looks good.
Items through 1 through 5.
Do you have any,
I don't have it.
can you cite some standards?
can
Okay.
you-
Yeah. Can you look them?
Yes.
Team effort. Yeah.
612.
You're gonna have to blow that up more.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's small. Keep going. Keep going.
All right,
Point
Yeah.
12, number 2.
yep, that's big enough. Design standards 6.12, number 2, and 6.17, numbers 2, 3, and 7. As well as 8.2, number 8. 8.2, number 2. 6.12, number 2, 6.17, numbers 2, 3, and 7. And standards 2.5, number 6, 8.2, numbers 3, 4, and 10.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so, if we could vote, Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Wojcik, yes. So we are approved. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations, John.
Thank
so much.
you. You're gonna miss us.
We'll see you in May. All right, our next application is number 52214 Sarah Marks. It was continued from January. Do we have Shelley with us?
She would, oh, yeah,
Yeah, she will be joining us on video, I believe.
And the owner is also online.
Oh, okay, perfect. Hi, Shelley, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I have been sworn in.
Okay, perfect. Will the owners be speaking?
Nope, just me.
Okay. Well, great. Okay, like I said, this application was continued from January for a restudy of the front porch, for a restudy of window changes, specifically on the left elevation and header heights of the addition, for the side entry, and for the rear addition massing and width, and for maybe some 3D models. More information about the proposal is on slide 4 and 5. And I believe the new plans start on slide 9. And with that, Shelley, I'll turn it over to you. If you will state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yep, it's Shelley Hughes and I'm at 7421 Coors Drive, Arvada, Colorado 80005. Okay, yeah, so like she said, we're back for a restudy on some of the details. I did meet with staff on this to make sure that we were interpreting some of the comments from last time correctly, and hopefully this round will be successful and we can move forward. So what I did here, just to kind of orient you, I'm assuming, I didn't look, but I'm assuming Christy or staff included our original proposal in here if we need to go back to it. But what I did was I just kind of put everything on one sheet here to study each detail around each side of the house so that you can compare them easily. And so the middle 1B drawing is the original proposal so that you can see that. And then I've got options to the sides on each one. So one of the, I guess, to kind of address one of the easy things here, the windows, we were asked to restudy the header heights. I have raised all those up so they match the original historic window header heights. We only have one around the rear side that I'll explain when we get there why it's not at the same height as everything else. And then we also were asked to restudy the sides of the front porch and how they engage the corners of the house. We pulled that back 6 inches. We didn't really change too much of the other details, but what I did change just to kind of offset this even more from the center original porch of the porch is that we pulled if you look at the plan 2 there in the top middle, we pulled the column back so that it's 16 inches to the center of it off of the corner of the original porch floor there that we're building on top of. So we've pulled that back a little bit, but we also pulled it off of the corner as requested. So hopefully that meets with what you were asking for there. And you can see in the side elevation there, number 3, that the columns now are offset a little bit from the original columns at the front center. If there's no questions on that, I'll keep kind of going here. But basically the option 1D and 1C that are there are restudying the addition that's towards the rear. And so we were asked to restudy the roof line there. And we also looked at a potential change in the chimney location. So just wanted to kind of see where that is from the front, but I think this will require more explanation from the side elevations. And then the far right drawing at the bottom there, 1E, is a restudy of the roof over the mudroom, which will also be explained better on the side elevations. So any questions on this so far before we go to the next page? Okay.
Nope.
So I met with staff on this. I think one of the comments was to restudy the roof lines and the massing on this side of the house. And we did, the bottom right image 1B is the original proposal, and the left image 1C is what we prefer. And so what we did was simplify the gable design a little bit over the addition in front of the chimney. And we decided to also, this is also where we raised the window headers to meet the original window header heights. We had also proposed a new window on the side elevation. Or sorry, we had proposed moving the window originally on the side elevation. We are still going to put in a new window, but we're going to keep the original window where it was located. So we're adding one more window in the historic part of the house. At the addition, we have decided that we think we'd like to keep the chimney on the side because we think it helps with scale reducing on this side. And you can see a couple of different ways that we've kind of studied this to look at that scale and massing. That top image shows the chimney staying on the side elevation, but we've removed the side gable. We feel like this makes the roof feel a little bit more massive here, and feel like that the gable in the lower image kind of helps with reducing the scale of this addition and how much roof is shown up there. If we go down to the next slide, this is another option where we've removed the chimney and put it towards the rear of the house. And after talking with staff, they agreed with me too that keeping the chimney on the side kind of helps with reducing the size of the side addition here, and feel like that we need to keep the gable and the chimney on the side, but we did reduce the or simplify the gable in the previous slide. So just wanted you to kind of see the options here on the chimney location and the different roof options. Obviously, we'll do whatever you guys prefer here, but we think that on the previous slide, the lower left image is what we prefer to be approved. If we go down a little bit further to the next slide.
Shelley,
yeah,
did you say 1C was your preferred?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And in all of these, I've circled or kind of outlined our preferred options with the red squares so that you can see where those are clearly. This is now the rear elevation. The two bottom images show the chimney still to the side, and the bottom right 1B is our original proposal. The left 1C is our new proposal. All that changed here was a window. So we had a double hung window at the back of the house on the in the middle there. I'm not sure exactly where to tell you that. And we changed that to a transom window instead of a double hung because we changed the inside floor plan a little bit to add a window on the left side of this wall that was not there previously that was asked for. So this now is a shower. So we changed it to a smaller window that will work better in a wet location. You can see our option with the chimney at the rear at the back, and it does look nice on this elevation, but we think it's more important to have the chimney on the side as a scale reducing technique on the side elevation. And if we go down one more slide, keep moving around the house. Now we're all the way back around to the right side of the house. Bottom right is the original proposal. Bottom left is one restudy that we did using a shed roof, but we have circled there that there is a really tricky water situation there with the existing chimney that we're building up against. So we don't think a shed roof is the appropriate solution here. And so after talking over with staff, we think that maybe what you were commenting on to restudy on this side was maybe simplifying that gable and centering the ridge over the window because it was not centered in our original proposal. So you'll see at the top left, 1D, we're proposing to center that gable over the window now, and it's extending out a little bit lower and further on the front side just so we can protect the door there with a wood bracket. So we've simplified that a little bit overall in its look. At the addition towards the rear, you'll see a small transom window on the second floor. That is the window that we added last time. Commission said that they felt like this was a big blank wall that needed a fenestration there. So we rearranged the floor plan a little bit inside, and that window that you see there, the transom in the bottom left 1C drawing is in a closet. And we changed the window that was facing the rear yard because of the floor plan changes and the shower that's inside as mentioned. So hopefully that meets with what you'd like to see there in terms of like adding something on that blank wall. And that 1D is our preferred roofline elevation for the mudroom addition. I think that's it. Is that the last page? Yeah, go down one more page. So this page, we also included just to show another roof line study that we had done early in the project that we discarded because we felt like this didn't feel as sensitive to the house from the backyard. It makes the house feel really tall and blocky. We felt like our other options were better suited for this addition than this proposal, but we included it so you could see kind of the ugly option. The next page is our roof plan, and that shows the floor plan changes that we made at the top. So 3B is the new plan, 2B is the original plan, that we rearranged the shower and the closet area on the second floor so we could get that extra window in that was requested. And then the lower roof plan images show the roof line that we prefer is the middle one. But if we remove the gable that faces the side, the left plan is the simplified roof plan. So I believe that's it. The next page, we were requested to bring back 3D. The next page shows 2 perspective drawings that we did instead of 3D, just due to time constraints. If you can go to the next slide, please. We felt like the request for the 3D was because maybe you were having trouble understanding how far back the additions are on the rear of the house. So hopefully this left street view perspective kind of shows how far back that is. It's pretty far back. It's more than 40 feet back, I think, from the front corner of the house. So that kind of shows the front left view from the sidewalk, looking at the addition down the left side, and then the lower one shows the mudroom on the right side and the roof additions at the front.
Okay, thank you, Shelley. We have no speakers, so over to you, Chair Wojcik.
You have questions for that? Oh, you do?
Oh,
I can't hear you.
okay, sorry.
Sorry, I didn't have my, Commissioner Taylor might need to recuse from this application.
Okay, if you can just sit in the audience. So Commissioner Taylor has moved to the audience and will not be voting on this application. If we can move forward.
Well, thank you, Shelley, for doing such a great study of everything for us to review. Really appreciate it, and addressing all of the items that we asked you to. Do we want, I mean, the list is actually very small as to what we continued this project for. Shelley just was wonderful to give us a lot of information. Do you guys want to look back at the list and make sure that we have any questions? Candace, would you go to the continuation list for us, please?
Sure can.
The windows are all 671. Is that?
I think the header height was what we were actually addressing.
Yeah, it was the header height. The addition, we had dropped the windows down to 6.8 and the original historic windows were at 7.0. We've raised them all up now. The only one that is lower is the one on the closet at the second floor, because it is in a corner that aligns with an original window that is also 6.8. So we felt like if we put those at different heights, they'd look odd because they're side by side, but everything else has been moved up to the historic heights.
But that's on the back left
It
side,
is.
correct?
Mhm.
Yeah, so it's not. I do think that the roof line change, eliminating that pent eave helps a lot. And I think that the header height matching was an improvement substantially. So we had the front porch. So we asked the applicant to step in. I know that she had a discussion with staff on that. It meets our guidelines better with the offset. Does anybody have any questions about that right now? Okay. And then, so we talked about header heights, the front porch. So the addition on the right-hand side, I believe that the issue was that the ridge and the window were not symmetrical with each other, and it looks like the applicant addressed that. Do you have any questions about that? Okay. And then left side of the house. I actually, I don't think that anybody really had a issue with that except for the header heights, and I think that you addressed that already. And then the rear elevation, I was the one that actually was questioning some of the roof lines, but with the movement around the space, I guess maybe the question on that left side elevation is she gave us two options, one with the second gable and one without a second gable. If the commission doesn't have an issue, then we would go to their preferred.
Yeah. I agree with the preferred.
Okay. So then the rear elevation, we did get a window. What changed on the rear
Yeah, the only
elevation?
thing that changed there was the window from a taller double hung to a transom.
Yep, and so we still have the fenestration, the opening size is a little bit different than, but it, and then on the right side elevation, again, it was the porch, and then they did add a window to the fenestration on the second floor, which was a request for ours.
And that's the only window that's at 6'8" because it aligns with the window that's on the rear elevation that was already existing.
Anybody else have any questions? All right, well,
I have a quick question.
Yep.
Is option 1D with the chimney in the rear? Because it looks like on the left elevation, like page 10, 1D shows it on the side, the new chimney on the side.
So there's two different studies we did. One was this page keeping the chimney on the side elevation. And then if you go to the next page was the page with the chimney moved to the rear.
Okay.
Is it that they're both labeled 1D?
Yeah.
So we
Okay.
need to be
So
specific about the page.
yes, be specific about the page.
Okay. So what page is that one? What
This page
what are
right
we?
here is page 10, the
Page 10.
slide that we're on right now.
Okay.
And then the rear slide, D1 is on page 12. So rear is on page 12 and I think it's right. Is this the right elevation?
That
No,
is
that's
the
left.
left elevation.
The left elevation's on slide 10.
Okay. Okay. Well, we'll close for deliberation. It doesn't seem like anybody has any issues with what's been submitted. The applicant addressed all of our requests. She did give us some options, so we probably need to note which sheets which sheet and which number we're approving. Does anybody like to make a motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. So I move that we approve this application, that it's not incongruous with our standards and these will be per our standard Secretary of State. Let's see, where is that?
Yeah.
Of Secretary of Interior Standards, page 2.5. And rehabilitation of building elements, porches 4.8, rehabilitation of building elements, windows 4.2 through 4.14, new construction, chapter 6, additions, pages 6.20 through 6.24. And design standards for private sites, page 8.1. And we'll need to identify the options. So let's see.
Page 1, on page 10, it's 1C.
On page 10,
Should be the
did you say
1C.
1C? And tell me what the next one
Page
is.
13, I believe it's 1 1D for the mudroom and 1C for the fenestration on the second floor.
Okay, on page 13, say it again, 1D,
1D for the mudroom design
1D for the mudroom design,
and 1C noting the fenestration on the addition, the second floor.
and 1C. Okay, is that it?
We talked about page 12 rear. But maybe that's a gimme because we approved the left side fireplace, but maybe we should just say on the rear.
It should be 1C as well.
All right, on page 12,
Yeah,
1C.
1C.
Yeah.
Yep.
Chimney outside. Okay.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'd actually like to make a friendly addition/amendment
Please.
to include some of the staff comments for the front porch. The applicant needs to provide a beam column detail for the front porch addition, provide the total height from grade to ridge on new shed roofs, provide measurements between the ridge of the shed roofs and the second floor windowsill trim, and provide material specifications for columns, trim, and details. Oh, I'm sorry. This was from our January meeting. I
Well,
that friendly
I
amendment.
was gonna say, I did note that it's on the front elevation.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. All right, great.
Second.
Thank you. All right, so let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, Commissioner Kerr,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, yes. We're motion to pass 7-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Shelley.
Shelley.
I think this would be a good time to take a few minute break.
Sure.
15 or 10, 15.
I'll take
Let's do
anything.
15 because it'll bring us back at 2, if that clock is right.
Yep.
Okay.
2:45.
Yes. Thank you. 2:45. Welcome back to the March 11th HDC meeting. We are now on case number 6/1817 South Mint. Let's pull that up. And we're going to hand this over to Elizabeth to present. Is the applicant online? Yeah, they're both online. Okay, let's see. Oh, see right there. Hi, Ashley.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Elizabeth's going to do her intro and then we can get your name and address. Have you been sworn in, Ashley?
I have not. Troy is also here on a call.
Okay. So we're going to go ahead and swear you in and anyone else in the room and anyone else online. Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Can you swear everyone in online and in the room, please? Thank you so much. And turn your mic on. Thank you so much.
Okay, so. If you're addressing the commission, do I have to say that? Can I just say, do you affirm? Okay. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, here we are at 1817 South Mint. This application was continued from the February meeting to revisit context and height. And just very quickly, gonna touch on those items. We have elevation drawings from Zotwall from 1923 and 1932 South Mint. Let me move you all over here. Comparing the height to the subject property, and we also have a neighborhood context map. We have some contextual images that show 3D renderings of 1817 South Mint, together with examples of historic bungalows. And in these context images and also in these revised elevations, we have an additional option to show a clipped side gable roof. And Ashley, just let me know where you'd like me to start.
Yes, I think Troy's actually going to start today.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
we can start
sorry,
on
can
page
you-
6, back with the context and height.
Okay, Troy, I forgot to ask you both to say your name and address for the court reporter, please.
Sorry, yeah, Troy Knight, 1108 East Catawba Street, Belmont, North Carolina.
Ashley Jimenez, 419 South Mulberry Street, Statesville, North Carolina.
Okay, Troy.
Yeah, if we could go to slide 6, please, to discuss the context and height.
Okay.
So we are we're very limited on the homes on our block. We have a duplex to the north, and then we have 3 small American-style homes to our sides, and then we have N2B non-historic district multifamily to our rear. Across the street, it used to be a commercial shop that's now a rebuilt home that was not rebuilt during the Historic Commission's existence. So very limited on our exact block, but we did note that in section 6, it does allow using the height and context of other homes from adjacent blocks. And so we wanted to highlight that. And up the street on our adjacent block, we have 2 homes that are a good bit taller than what we're proposing. Our proposed height is 25 feet 4 inches. And the 2 homes that we're showing, if you scroll up just a tad, will show the height of those 2 homes. 1923 South Mint is 25 feet 7 inches, and 1932 South Mint is 27 feet even. And again, we're proposing 25 feet 4 inches. And I wanted to note that on the original COA, which had been some years ago, it was approved at 23 feet, 10 3/4 inches. And we have a deviation of that, 1 foot, 5 1/4 inches. In the past, there's been some talk of different dimensions, but I just wanted to put those on paper and make sure we're discussing the same dimensions. And so utilizing those two homes give us the height for our home. And then we provided a 3D sort of scale view from the sidewalk there to see how tall our house is in comparison to the others. The house to our left has a raised elevation and a taller roof line, so we aren't as massive next to that. And then the homes to our right would do appear a little bit taller, but we're still, very low in comparison to the houses up the hill. And then on the next slide, this shows the comparison of some studies we did on bungalow homes from the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And these homes show that the front porch roof is oftentimes below the roof line for the second floor, which is an important factor for the front of our home and the side elevations, and shows the spacing above the windows on those second floors. And what we did to try to remove the mass of that siding at the top is we're running a trim band across the top of the upper windows with a shake siding. That should help break up the mass. And then we worked with staff to work on fenestration and rhythm, replacing some windows, adding windows, and we removed the front porch gable and ran the front porch roof straight across. And then on the next slide, we provided one other option. This is less ideal, but we can make this happen. We would require much more structural work, but we can clip the side gables, and that helps bring the eyesight down so that when you look at the side of the house, instead of 25 feet, 4 inches, brings it down closer to 22.5 feet.
Very good. I think what I would like to add to that is the idea of bringing in the gable ends as a hip up on the top is to kind of stop the eye. We know that ridge is still going to be where it is, but it kind of helps to bring it down to maybe a little more human scale and stops the eye at the eave. We also provided the option on the gable with the banding across the top of the window that acts as the window head casing, and then that change of material. Again, both of those are strategies to help kind of create that line for the eye. I think something else I'd like to point out is we did a drawing. I'm not sure where it is in these slides, but we did a drawing where it shows where the sidewalk is in relationship to the home. It's out somewhat far. It's on a side elevation with the left. Let's see. Here we go. Yep. So as you're walking on the sidewalk, I think that's an important piece. So the sidewalk's actually out there where that gray figure is on the right side of this page, and seeing that sight line, what you're really seeing is that front facing gable, whereas that left to right ridge is much further behind that. And so we wanted to point that out, that was, as you're walking, as you're experiencing this house in real perspective, that front gable is what you're going to be looking at.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
If I could ask a question.
Oh, yes.
For the applicant or staff, the two buildings that you have addressed in terms of the context, I think on slide 6, were those considered with the original COA?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so those were considered to be a part of the context when the original COA was issued. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thanks. Can you go back to the heights of those two buildings? Yep, right there. So one was 25.6, that 1923, is that right?
25.7, yes.
25, oh, thank you, 25.7. And then what was the other one?
27 feet.
25.7 and 27. So I think that I was actually on the board when we reviewed this first COA because I remember the restrictions in single family that were surrounding you, and there was empty lots and new houses and commercial, and then the edge of the district, and then the multifamily. And so I remember asking you originally to go back and find more context in the neighborhood when you guys brought these, when these came back, and I didn't remember the specifics, but I did know that contextually, that was something that we did take into consideration. So at the end of the day, you are still a few inches higher than what was approved for your COA, but you are still quite a bit lower than the contextual houses that we're using for context in the neighborhood. Am I reading those numbers correctly?
That is how
Yes.
I see it also, yes. And that dimension between the COA and our proposed is 1 feet, 5¼ inches.
Okay, yep. Okay. And so, yeah, so context has a direct bearing to the height. That rendering that you have on the right, that's the one with the clipped side gable, and then that has a direct relationship to the house that's to your left, correct?
Yes, that
And
is showing the hip on that gable and or on that left to right ridge.
And that's the historic house to the left of you?
Yes, that is.
I think the house to your right of you is new. Is that correct?
No, that is
That's
not a new
historic
house.
as well?
Mhm.
Okay, okay.
On page 103, you can see our eave lines that are aligned with the houses to our left and right. The actual house that we have on there is somewhat off from ours, but only by a matter of inches.
Okay,
So, but the eave lines are correct.
okay.
Also, I just want to point out the outline of this is incorrect on the front. So please don't focus on that stacking gable on the front of that. We have adjusted that.
Yep, okay. Okay. Commissioners?
The front gable window and the side transom window, those are designed that way to accommodate floor plans, I assume?
The front gable window has kind of a loft area at the top when you come to the top of stairs. So it's kind of like a little playroom or something like that. We initially have that single window. If we did need to adjust it, there is some slight room for adjusting.
And that window?
In
there.
width, I would say. We have room in width to adjust that.
Yeah, that transom window on the left is inside of a shower.
Okay, I've got a question. I would like to come back to the massing issue. To me, this is still out of, I understand bringing the context of the houses down the block, but your immediate context is still these houses that are much lower right around you. I'd like to hear from you what your case is for going so much taller, other than, something 6, 7 houses away is almost as tall.
My understanding from the historic guidelines is in this section 6, it simply shows the arrows going to adjacent blocks to utilizing those for the context for height.
So Cameron, I don't know that we can, and Paige, step in if you need to. I don't think that we can not consider this context down the street because originally it was considered under the original COA, under the original approval.
And, yeah, and
I second that, yes.
yes, and Wilmore in itself is, I mean, the houses are so small to begin with that in dimension, they are going out in the back substantially. So I mean, from a contextual standpoint, we can use them, they can use them.
And the issue becomes the precedent factor, like because
Yes.
because that decision has already been made for this property, you would have to show facts that that context had changed.
Yeah.
And those buildings are still there.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor, were you interested in fenestration items?
Yeah, but I don't know that we don't do it when we close.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for the applicant? Okay.
We're happy to
well-
answer any and all questions you might have about windows or context. Please, we would love a chance to answer those.
Well, we'll close for deliberation and then if we need to reopen, we will. Okay. So really, what it was continued for overall was context and height, but the supporting information that they have brought back to us supports the context and the height within the neighborhood. Even if we don't like it, it is supported by our standards and our requirements.
I disagree. I understand.
You can disagree, but I don't know because there are multiple things that have gone along with this process that have already happened that we were not part of. So we can just use the information that we have and they have the context and the height, and that's what we asked them to bring us. At the end of the day, those are the big level items, and I'm wondering if maybe some of the other smaller things did not get addressed. How do we, if they're providing the information that we need for the context and the height, is there then something else that we need to be addressing as we go into more of the details of the design?
You're looking at me.
Well, only if
So,
you asked the question.
so here's, I think that the height, whether those two houses, taking in those two houses, 25.4 is not a tall house. I mean, I think that's extremely reasonable, no matter where it is. I mean, it's just not tall. You can't hardly do anything without it unless you build a ranch.
Yeah.
The windows, just an observation. So the front gable window, I believe they would normally be, I'm sure there's historic relevance of a single window up there.
Sure.
You're probably more likely to see a twin or a single with some little awning or something on the side of each one of them. But that's not a hill that I would die on. The transom window, I think that would be, I get the reasoning. It's unfortunate that it's viewable from here. I mean, it would be, I'm sure there's historic relevance of a wide, short, transom-like window in this style home. I'm not sure there's historic reference of a not wide but short window in this. You'd be more likely to see a square awning window than you would
A horizontal.
2 by 12-inch
Yeah.
truly transom window.
What about the things we've done in the past? You're right. So sometimes it would be a longer transom window with two double hungs.
Yeah,
maybe,
something like that.
Yeah.
like that you be in a dining room.
Right.
Would you be open to like an upper sash only? we've done those before.
Yeah, I mean, like an awning.
Like an
Yeah.
awning window,
Square.
square, upper sash.
Window.
Yeah,
Would be
more appropriate.
more appropriate. in
Especially with
this.
the visibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And I think they went, I didn't look. But yeah, there's the double, they have a
Yeah.
lot of double in the historic photos.
There's a single there. Oh, that's their thing.
But yeah, I know what you're talking about, or
Yeah.
like vents, single.
Yeah, something,
Vents or
little
something.
doodaddy thing.
Yeah, little doodaddy things. Sometimes they're like half the size, like it's the tall
Mhm.
window,
Right.
and then it's like a half size vent. Okay, do we want to open it up and ask them if they'd be willing to maybe do those two things?
Yeah, I want to ask the commission about the roof lines first, though. Do you all have a preference on the full gable end versus the clipped gable, since they've presented that as an option to us?
I
And
like the clip gables. I think
I like it too.
I did a side by side with that rendering and the actual, and it's night and day.
Yeah.
The clip, we call them the hip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, the
Gable,
clipped,
yeah.
gable end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not a fan, but
no.
I'm one of one.
Okay, well, no, that's why I'm asking the question, if it's something that it seems to be relevant. I personally like to use that as a design tool for scalability, as a designer, but that doesn't mean that I don't have a preference in this application. I would like to know what everybody else thinks, so.
Historically, we just see lift gables on the side and a fair gable on the front.
Yeah. Well, and they do have a hip for the porch front.
Yeah.
So it is a combination. So I do think that they would be combined overall.
While we're talking about what would the lift gable on the front do? I'm not saying that.
No, so my opinion is that a clip gable in any orientation just makes the roof look bigger because you end up seeing more roof. And oddly enough, it just looks like the house has bangs, which I just don't feel like fit with the rhythm that is set up by the gable on the front, and then to not mimic that on the immediate sides or the side that they're hipped with. And then suddenly kind of put the clip gable, it seems out of place and just makes the roof seem bulkier. Like they're, or none at all would be my preference, yeah, but that's my preference.
The peak gables always.
Do we have a strong opinion, Commissioner Holtz, Commissioner Whitlock? Because if you don't, then I'm not gonna. Okay.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it looks good in this case. I don't always like them, but I don't object to this.
Okay, so it does seem like it would be something that we would want to consider.
How about the intersection of the lift gable with the shed roof?
How they tie in back there. Can you take us to the side elevations again? I mean, we do also have the material change option that would help with the scaling, but, so it's on the same plane, but there's an offset between the gable and the shed, so they don't engage with each other. So that doesn't seem to be an issue.
Look at it on page 13, the rear elevation.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, there, thank you. Yeah, so there's an offset. Is there a front elevation that has the cedar shake change? Yeah, okay. Does that make you feel any better? No.
I want to get better on 10.
Yeah, 10. Okay. So I actually am leaning towards twin windows, just from a fenestration standpoint as well. So, I'm gonna open it back up and we'll talk to them about windows. All right, so, Ashley or Troy, know you just heard what we said, but from the rhythm of the fenestration, do you have the flexibility to widen the single window to a double window on that front elevation?
Yes, we do. Is there a preferred width? Do they need to match those two on the bottom?
No, I think the scale of the window that you have is appropriate for the second floor. I just think that there needs to be two of them instead of one from a rhythm.
Agreed.
Okay.
And would you like them centered on the gable?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then the side elevation, we know that there's a shower there, but,
That is
We would-
feasible. I wonder if, can we do obscured glass? Because that is in a shower.
no, not by our guidelines.
You can do stuff on the interior.
You can do it on the interior to create privacy, like a secondary piece of material. It just can't be the actual glass of the window.
So,
So-
so we could provide or install a obscured film on the
Yes.
inside of the window?
Yep, just long as
Okay.
it's not the glass of the window.
Right. Okay. Yeah, we've done that in the past.
So an awning, a top sash would be our preferred. Something that has more of a square proportion than a horizontal.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Very good. And then if we may speak about the difference in roof lines.
Yes.
I think our preference is to stick with the gable.
Okay.
And that horizontal trim band acting as the head casing over the window with the transitioning to the cedar shake.
Okay. I will, when we close again, we'll take a vote on that one.
And we discussed with staff that cedar shake would be painted. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, we'll close again. We know their preference for the roof line, but what is our preference for the roof line? Because it seems like that's the last thing that we needed to decide.
We're talking about the side gable.
Yes, clipping them or not clipping them.
I don't have a strong opinion either way. I would be happy either way.
Okay.
I think flipping them helps to bring in the massing significantly.
Commissioner Allred, you said no,
Correct.
no, yes, yes, no. Mm-hmm.
Let's go to the non-clipped. You have a perspective of the non-clipped?
Yeah, go to page 7. 7 and 8. Zoom out a little, yeah. That one.
Yeah.
So the top is the non-clipped?
Yeah, the top
And-
right.
Yeah.
Correct. The same.
And then the next page is the same, but with clipped.
I just, so.
Scroll up again, would you? And then can you blow that up so I can?
So that one, and then I think the bottom right is a really good one to show down. That one right there.
That one, yeah, that's a good one.
That one looks like the most like the historical examples they gave us, but I mean, I think either option is historically correct. So, you know, it's up to the commission how you feel about massing.
Sure. Commissioner Kerm, do you have a preference?
I could go either way.
Okay. Commissioner Sowash? Commissioner Sullivan?
Very honest.
Go to the front.
It helps bring the scale of that down.
Commissioner Taylor?
I'm leaning on no clip.
No clip? No. Okay, so, sorry. Yes, doesn't matter, no. Oh. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Yes. Okay, so it appears that we're tied 2-2 for the clip versus the not clipped, and everybody else doesn't care. So somebody's gotta make a motion.
I would say that I am okay with non-clipped.
Okay, well then,
Yeah.
It's not a deal breaker.
then it's non-clipped. Yep,
Just make a motion.
that's good.
I make a motion to approve this application because the proposed project not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with the Secretary of State, Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5 and got this somewhere. Ah, crap. 6.8. I had this a second ago. 6.8. I'm sorry.
Yep, 6.2 is context.
6.2, 6.1 through 6.4 for contact, setback, 6.5, spacing, basically all of 6 for the most part.
All of chapter 6,
Oops.
1 through, is it 19? I think
19.
19. Mhm. That's great.
We didn't,
And we said Secretary of Interior Standards 9 and 10.
yeah,
Great.
And I have, is because we're approving the non-clipped, because they presented those drawings with the cedar shake and the band board, that is automatically part of the approval, right?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Also, just a general legal principle, food for thought. Usually when it's 50-50, you should err in favor of the property owner.
Oh, good to know.
So-
Okay, thank you.
If you'd like to, you can let them work it out with staff if you want to.
yeah, that's what we're getting ready to do.
Oh, okay.
Perfect. Awesome. I love it, Brett.
So
Oh, windows.
that's 6 through 19. And to work with staff on the front gable window and the side transom window.
And for the front gable, you'd like a paired gable centered under, a paired window centered under the gable.
Yes.
And for the transom window, you'd like an upper sash or square.
Something to that
Vertical.
effect. We'll leave it up to staff.
Perfect.
Yes. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, let's vote. So, Commissioner Holtz, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik. Yes, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion passes 7-1.
Hallelujah.
Woohoo!
Thank you so much.
Good job,
everyone.
everybody. Thank you.
You Ashley.
Talk to you soon.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next applicants are 300, 304, 308 East Worthington, and the applicant is in the room.
Yes.
Welcome, Tim and Brent. Sorry. Okay, so this project is a continuation of commercial on East Worthington. The applicant, the items of continuances are on slide 1 of the staff memo. The applicant has provided a site plan that's on page 10. Here we go. With their new design, a streetscape on slide 16.
with the new design. And then the elevations are on pages 26 and page 30. So this is so this is the front proposed for March, and then on slide 30, well, that was the front and the left, I believe, and then this is the rear and the right. The applicant also provided renderings for this presentation in the supplement, slides 3 through 7, and then also we have some before and after of last month and this month in the rendering form for the front elevation on slide 7 and 8, and then along the rear on slide 9, showing before and after. And you can see how the rear has stepped down and become minimal on this side. And the applicant also took the commission's advice and restudied the one-story structure to be more in kind with the neighboring houses around it, although staff's preference is the first iteration. I will hand it over to Tim, and if you could both state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Sure. My name is Tim Finan. Address is 1950 Abbott Street.
Catherine McDowell, address is 1950 Abbott Street as well.
Candace did a really good job of explaining it. But we could go to we go a little more in depth to the site plan if you want. I'll go down to slide 10, I believe.
Okay.
So here you can see at the, you can kind of see where the trash enclosure was changed. It originally was up there where the tree is, kind of in that area. And we moved it to the back to be kind to the neighbors, front door, the existing door there, and to also kind of hide it from the street as well, because it was a little close to the front where you could kind of see the trash and the dumpster enclosure as well. That's enclosure, it does have gates and doors on it so that you still won't see anything when everything's closed. And I guess the next slide here. Probably let's go to elevations sheet. Was it 15, 16? Yeah.
Yep.
15, 16. So here you can see a little closer. This was that's the old version here. So we studied the corner piece and then the end piece there. The end is where the stair occurs. The corner kind of had a little bit more of like modern notions to having like the hat to it. That piece didn't need to be that wide. It was kind of wider than it needed to be for a stair. So we took that as an opportunity to kind of scale that down a little bit. So if you go to the next slide, you can see where. I think it's one more down. There you go. So now you can see on the right, it's kind of pulled down a little bit by a few feet, which kind of helps stair step down the Cleveland Avenue, relates better to the buildings as they transition to a lower elevation. And then the corner is much more traditional with having a, kind of a harder edge with out having the hat that it had on it. We also added detail to the top of that element, which was kind of more blank before. Again, it was kind of a little bit more of a modern notion before. Now this is a little more traditional with, in keeping with the area. And then if we go to the next, let's go down to, where are we? Elevation is probably 23. Right there. So you can see clear there where the corner changed. We had all the windows kind of slid to that corner. Yeah, this was from February. So same thing on this here.
Oh,
Sorry. You can see this piece here was all brick before. We didn't have any canopies or anything, so it was kind of a harder edge to the neighborhood. So the idea was we would transition it better with some pitched roof kind of awning pieces. You'll see in the next one. And in doing that, we had to raise it slightly, about 1.5 feet or so, to get those awnings to have enough room where we could have a signage band above it. But that has kind of metal canopies there, now kind of provides a little bit of shade for those windows plus gives it kind of more of a storefront feel. We also added above those awnings is a lap siding, a painted lap siding, which would be a cementitious. I think we call out those materials. I think it's one of the approved ones in the historic district. And in the corner, you can see where we slid the windows back and created more of a traditional kind of symmetrical piece there where it kind of mirrors around the corner as well. So we added the details up top, added some more soldier courses, things that you would normally see for a property like this when it was built. And back in the historic times. If you go to the next one, I guess, to the slide 25 and 26. You can see more of the colored elevations. Same kind of stuff. You can kind of see what we did there. Go to the, I guess, next slides. It's kind of good when what you just did there, Candace, where you could switch between the two.
I
Kind of see how they quickly change. It's probably good to show this. You can see this was the February one, so the piece that changed here was kind of on the end here. You can see the dumpster enclosure kind of on the street. So if we move to the next one, you can kind of see pretty quickly how it will change. The dumpster moved further back into the property, more hidden off the street by 60, 80 feet. And then this piece here, which is hard to tell on the flat elevations, we'll see the 3Ds here in a second, but that piece got lowered, brought the scale down in general on that piece. So we kind of liked how that worked out. So we can go to the next color ones too, if you just want to see what those look like. Yep. Kind of see how that changed. Yep. And then you probably just move to the supplement 3D, I believe. There are details in here as well, as you'll see that match the elevations we showed you. So if you need to see more things about the height or other things. So you can pretty clearly see how they changed the material change, the awnings, the corner piece. And then if you move to the other corner, you can also see how that changed as well. I like this view because you can kind of see how it now relates better with the homes. We have the sloped roofs kind of pairing up with the sloped roofs of the houses as they kind of transition to the residential portion. And the same thing here, you can see the scale of that was brought down, which is nice. The dumpster's further back so you don't see the trash. So everything's pretty well hidden now. That's it.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there,
We don't have any speakers. No.
okay. Commissioners, do we have any questions? Do we need to reference back what it was continued for?
I just have a question about the height.
Mhm.
Went up a foot and some change.
The 1-story section?
Yeah. Can you just point that out again? Okay. And that's because of the awnings?
Yeah, when we put the awnings in there above the windows, we need a little more room. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any room for signage. So it bumped about, I think, 1'7". Yeah, it was about a foot. It wasn't very much. But it allowed us to get those awnings in there. Because if we put an awning on that, you'd only have like about 1.5 feet for a sign. So it'd be kind of tight. But and then we added the materials there at the top to relate to the residential structures that are next to it. So.
Yes, go ahead.
That's good. What is the foundation? What is the foundation basically? What's below those windows?
That's below the window squares.
On either side of the door, the storefront door.
There you go.
Does that window go all the way to?
Yeah, it's all trimmed out. So if actually if you go to slide, yeah, go to the slide 40. And 40 and 36. 36 probably shows it really well. But you can see, yeah.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
trim, so
okay.
it's all trimmed out with kind of recessed panels and
Yeah.
kind of what you normally see for a
Okay.
old storefront.
And then the lighting for the underground, what,
Oh, in the deck area?
yeah,
Usually what we do with those, what we're planning for that is to have it kind of, it'll be up above, below the rim of the opening. The opening will be the kind of minimum we have. So that light, being that it's kind of in a hole there, you'll see of course, you'll see where the deck is, but it's going to be
how far back do you think is that something you're gonna see? Is it 24/7 or is it motion? Or is it how far back do you think that is?
we could do motion stuff on it for sure. Go to the, if you want to go to 3D, you kind of see it. Go down.
There.
There, you can see the opening there. So yeah, I mean, if someone's using it, the lights come on, it will.
Right,
see.
yeah.
But it is about, if you look at the distance it is, it's probably about 40, 50 feet back. And then this piece is brought out, about 10 feet or so. So, it kind of hides it a little bit around that corner.
That corner where the stairwell is projects out.
It does. That piece comes out, so you kind of see the edge right here, kind of on this edge. That
Mhm.
piece is popped out from this plane back here. Probably.
See that opening here? Pretty far.
Yeah, so this edge, this opening is probably over here more in reality if that piece wasn't there.
Would a plan do show that maybe better?
Yeah. You probably go to site plan if you. You can see the screening stuff.
Here you go.
That number 10.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you zoom out, you kind of see the other property up here. A little bit. You can kind of see the sidewalk, so that edge, the deck's, kind of right there.
Okay.
So that edge has to kind of go through trees. So if you're, eventually when they build that building, which will come up further, we won't be able to see it at all. But right now you'll be able to see it because that old building stepped back.
So then the rest of your lighting is, you have some lanterns on the
Yeah.
building, and then it's what code requires in the parking.
Yep. Yeah, no parking lights, like poles or anything like that. Yeah.
What's the material for the barrel roof?
That most likely will be a rubber material, preferably like a black one.
So no white TPO?
I would hope that you'd stay away from that. As much as it's good for energy, it's not very pretty when it gets dirty.
Is that all the questions for the applicant? All right, we'll close for discussion. Candace, would you mind going to the reason why it was continued for me? Okay, so first items to discuss, we asked for reciting of materials to be used on the one-story portion of the building. Based on the restudy, they've broken that up, but in breaking it up, it actually made it a little bit taller. So I want to see if that was a successful approach. I mean, if the idea was to reduce the massing of the structure, then maybe it wasn't as successful as, or that solution maybe wasn't as successful.
I think that the panels above the awning,
Mm-hmm.
cementitious siding in it, that sort of strikes a incongruous note to me.
Right. Okay.
The previous iteration, I think, now that address that corner and taking the hat off.
Yep.
It's almost like the previous iteration on the left, one-story section. Now it's more, to me, it's more harmonious, more keeping with the standard than what it's evolved into on that list. So
Okay.
based on the changes they made at the corner and then around the corner as well.
Yeah. And the corner, it seemed like the kind of modern cap was more of the visual issue. And then adding that brick column at that corner made a huge difference in terms of kind of grounding the structure, in giving that more traditional kind of application. So that seems like that was pretty successful. Not continuing the cantilever around also gives it kind of two sides. Okay, and then so as we were going down, I think Cleveland, that back area, the structure for the, yeah, that substantially reduced it in mass and height. And then moving the trash receptacle back, also greatly reduced the mass along that street elevation. Do you?
Well, the height's been reduced on that corner element also, right? Because now it looks like there's almost like a parapet.
Parapet wall,
and
yep.
then that it projects out.
That's how,
I think that breaks that end down more. Again, it seems more in keeping with the new corner treatment. And then, but when I'm looking at it, the previous iteration of the one-story bit was more harmonious than what we got proposed here.
so I think those were the four things that we were reviewing for, right? Okay, does anybody, I mean, the detailing for the brick, they were very conscientious of going back and doing roll-locks and soldiers and things where they would be appropriate. Does anybody else have any other thoughts?
I actually am in favor of the new version of the one-story.
Okay.
The extra height doesn't bother me, and I like the detailing.
I also appreciate the other view looking towards the neighborhood, how the awnings kind of make it blend in better, I feel like.
Okay.
I would agree. I mean, I think the new single-story version, you know, while the math says that it's larger in mass, the change in materials breaks down the overall feeling of the mass into smaller chunks. It also kind of segregates itself in more of a mercantile feeling, which with the one-story piece would definitely kind of want to lean that direction. That I think reflects well into the neighborhood and how it's kind of breaking down the mass, and it kind of works to separate it from the overall building itself. So utilizing those elements to kind of break it down. I'm not sold on the lap siding of the infill above the awnings, but they don't hurt my feelings.
Well, those are things that we can request.
I think we should ask for like historical precedent for that, because I just don't know that that's something you would see, especially on these more simple one stories. And that wouldn't be something that we wouldn't normally ask applicants for anyway.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think on page 31, there's a similar existing conditions on East Boulevard, but my argument would be that it's probably the worst example of an existing condition on the sheet.
Yeah. So
Oh, yeah.
historically in our districts, these little one stories had the little mansard roof with tile.
Oh,
Is what, so that's seen on like Boston Provisions, just down in Wilmore at South Mint. And it's seen, on corners and just anyway, that might be something to ask them to look into, is just maybe consider some other options.
okay.
But I see Commissioner Holtz nodding her head, so maybe if you want to just
Ask for that.
second or something.
I agree with your thought that a bit more restudy and contextual examples would be welcome. So you're moving in the right direction with a lot of it though.
Well, does anybody want to make a motion?
Can I ask?
Yes.
Usually we ask to see like brick samples and material samples, like storefront samples.
All the detail
Yeah, all the
pieces.
details, make sure like the windows aren't like a smoky glass.
Is that for us to review or for you guys?
for you guys to review?
Oh.
Always review brick.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
That's why we're here to help.
Yes. So that is something to take into consideration with the motion,
I would just like to make a statement.
please.
I would be hesitant to use a mansard. I know the 70s are getting historical.
Yeah, no, it was more of like a tile from the 1920s that I was thinking of, not the 80s, 70s, 80s approach. But I think that's where we just asked them to come show us historic
Understood.
precedents. Yeah.
Well, we still need somebody to make a motion, please.
I'll make a motion. Try. It sounds like we're continuing.
Seems like that is the
All right,
request.
I move to continue this application because the proposed project,
Say for a
Or is that
restudy.
just a
yeah,
restudy?
proposed for a we'll continue for the proposed project for a restudy. We'd ask the applicant to restudy the one-story section of the commercial building, specifically where it is, where the awnings are and where the cementitious sheathing is. Also, request the applicant provide historic examples and context per standards 6.9, excuse me, 17, 6.19.
Would it be 7 since it's commercial?
Oh, excuse me, thank you.
Yeah.
7273.
7.2 and 7.3 and 7.15. We also request that the applicant provide setback from the front thermal wall to back of curb for the interior lot section. Also provide examples of historic commercial buildings directly next to the residential housing. We covered that. We request the applicant provide material samples for commission review. Confirm all setback dimensions. Provide height, width, and massing that is compatible with historic buildings in a 360-degree range of visibility from the center of the lot. And confirm the proposed cementitious siding is lap siding, not shiplap. The applicant did that. Let's see.
Standard 7.16 is specific to materials, so just make sure that.
Thank you. 7.16 commercial materials. And applicant to provide staff with fence and gate details and measurements. That does it.
Okay, great. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we will vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
No.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik? Yes. So motion passes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1.
Thank you, guys.
Thank
We'll see you next
you.
time. Okay, our next application is 224 through 236 West Kingston Avenue. And I believe the applicants are in the room. You guys are right there. Okay, and this is a continuation of one singular building on this site. The applicant has provided a site plan. Well, the continuation is listed on page 1 of the staff memo. The site plan is on slide 18, and you can see that the applicant, we are talking about C1.1. The applicant has made it slightly wider. And then on slide 24, they've included it in a streetscape. Right here, you can see C1.1 is provided. And then elevation drawings are provided on slide 34. The applicant has also provided 2 front elevation options. So option 1 is on slide 34 with a full width front porch. And then on slide 35, the applicant has provided a half width front porch. Staff prefers the full width. It continues down the street and as seen on slide 24. And you guys have been sworn in, right? Okay. And so if you could say your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know what slide you'd like to start.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, do I need to do that? Ah. Oh,
Angie, are you speaking on this case? I know you have a couple coming up.
I'm just going to listen on this one.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Eric Weiner, 2459 Wilkinson Boulevard with Intech Group.
William Haygood, Boundary Street Advisors, 301 East Tremont Avenue.
Candace, I think if we could start on the site plan. And thank you as always to the commission and to staff. We had the opportunity to meet with staff as well as get with zoning after the last meeting, and talking to zoning, we were able to move the sidewalk directly adjacent into the easement adjacent to the boundary line. That allowed us to pick up some additional space to make that building C1.1 wider, which you can see on the site plan there. So I think if we can then go to maybe the street elevation so that we can see that front view of what that does. So as we talked about last time, we've tried to fit this into the context of the neighborhood. With this additional wider width, I think that's even more successful and is directly tied in. This is multifamily site, and it's directly tied in to taking cues and characteristics from the multifamily directly across the street. And obviously this also helps it fit in with the rest of the development on the street and what is going on. You can see in the streetscape that we did include our option 1, the full railing front porch that staff mentioned they preferred. This is our preference too, but we wanted to show the other option as well. So I think, Candace, if we can go to the building enlargement, the full page ones. So as you can see, this page has the C1 and C1.1 directly adjacent with the full front porch. Think it's a good composition that, directly relates to C1 next to it, but also has its own little individual character, and the proportions and massing feel good. You can see on the back
what we did with that and how it corresponds to C1. I will say we have a bit of a typo. C1.1 and C1 are inverted on the rear elevation, so apologize for that. Hopefully there's no confusion there. So, and then the next page, this is the second option. In this option, we have just the railing and balcony over the porch area, not contained along the full frontage. So that being more similar size to the porch you see in C1, that was kind of how we came up with that option. But again, we prefer option 1, the page before. So otherwise, given that these buildings relate to the context across the street and the other multifamily buildings, the detailing, window heights, columns, column changes, roof pitches, and everything are similar and congruous with the rest of the development that we've already gone over previously. I think that should do it for C1.1.
Thank you.
You?
We don't have,
Oh, sorry. No,
no speakers.
thank you. Sorry. Commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant for the new submittal? Restudy? From what I read, the context was the reason for the restudy. The applicant did work with staff, which we always encourage. Thank you very much for doing that.
Of course.
How do we feel about it getting that much wider?
I think it looks more appropriate for overall scope of the project. It looked like it didn't move.
Additional supporting documentation. I mean, the unit in itself is basically a repetition of it, a structure that's already been approved on the site, so is that what we were looking for? Overall context was supported by multifamily across the street.
The only weird thing that I'm seeing is the window right next to the door on the first floor looks odd. That small window right next to the door looks strange to me.
Because it's so short and high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at that too. So building adjacent to it has a.
They're more connected. Yeah. Bigger.
They're a little bit different.
Slide. So. We see one. Oh, it's B1.
So that window size looks repetitious with a window that's on the site. I don't,
Oh, it looks a little small.
It's on.
With the windows to the door.
Right.
Sometimes those are like integrated, right? Like if it's shorter, it's like integrated with the door. Like it shares a trim.
The way it is now just looks awkward.
Eric, did you have something you wanted to share?
I was gonna say we'd be happy to integrate it or make it the taller window that's already been approved on the other buildings.
Okay, well, that's. Okay. Right, anybody else have anything they want to ask before we deliberate? Okay, we're gonna close for deliberation. So commissioners, it seems like they've brought us what we've asked for. And maybe the window size is something that we can specify for them specifically. Based on something else that's existing, and then they can just address that.
That it be full size or that it be full size or integrated with examples that are historically appropriate. And that can be, if they can provide those examples to staff's satisfaction, I'd be happy to go with that.
So then they can work with staff on that final. Is staff comfortable with that? Sure. Great. Thank you. Well, it sounds like we have a motion. Who would like to make it?
I'll make a motion. I move that we approve this application and that it's not incongruous with our standards per Secretary of the Interior Standards, page 2.5, and new construction, chapter 6. And we also would like to add that the window next to the door would be restudied and work with staff on that. And I believe that was it.
That's great. Okay, so we can vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Second.
We need a second. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor. Okay, Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Allred?
No.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm? Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, yes. It is motion passes 7-1.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You.
Oh, I miss you guys. I mean, it's just you've been such a.
Okay, we're gonna take a short break and we're gonna return at 4:10. Welcome back to the March 11th HDC meeting. Our next application is 409 West Walnut. This application was continued for the reasons on slide 1 of the staff memo. I believe the applicant is online. Angie, are you? Yep, Angie's right there.
I'm here.
Angie, have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn in, and the owner is going to join online as well.
Okay. Do we know if he's here yet?
Yep. Looks like he
Okay.
just signed in.
Yes, I am online. Thank you.
Hi, Felipe. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, so Commissioner Wojak will swear you in now, and anybody new to the room as well.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, so this is a project for the restudy of the left elevation for fenestration. Angie, if you could state your name and Felipe, state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to start.
Sure. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte 28208.
Felipe Ho, the owner of 409 Walnut Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208.
Awesome. Thank you very much for hearing this again. And I really just want to start on slide 7. We were asked to come back to restudy this bump with a blacked out window, which had previously approved on other projects. And we just wanted to show this again with evidence of where it would sit on site. So if you look at slide 7, upper left-hand corner, you can see that the window is behind the fence, behind the wall, behind the front porch addition that is really not visible from the street. Towards the center of slide 7, you'll see a window with a blind. This is currently the windows in the house, and this is what that window would actually look like. And then towards the bottom of slide 7, again, you'll see the location of, and this is, you have to be standing on the property up the hill from the sidewalk to actually take a peek at the back left corner. Slide 8 and 9 are previous projects that have been approved with a blacked out window, and this happens to be on the front of the house on Ledgewood. And this is a common window detail. Surprised that it wasn't approved on the left, but this is on the front of the house to show that similar projects render similar solutions, and wanted to show slide 10 again. So in plan, this was a previously approved project. I don't think there's too many other slides on this, but wanted to show that it has been a common treatment for blacking out fenestration. And yes, there is a bump, and the bump is not incongruous detail. And to distinguish of elevation in.
Angie, I think we lost you. Angie?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, I think we lost
Okay.
you for a second, but
Sorry. My internet's been going out. So if I lose you, I will call in, but I don't have a number. So if you can give me a number, I will call in.
it's in the email.
It's in the email. Okay. Anyway, this is it on the project. It is quite simple in nature, and showing that a blacked out window is a very common way to treat a window.
Okay, thank you, Angie. We don't have any callers, I don't believe. Okay, commissioners?
So we does work. All right. So, commissioners, do we have any questions for the applicant? Nope. Okay, so the continuation was for the left left elevation fenestration. They're presenting an offset in the rear left wall of the structure so that they can add a fenestration without messing up their internal programming. We asked them to submit additional information to support it. When is,
Yes, and the applicant provided like another example.
okay,
I
of where it's
think
been done before?
Where it's been done before. And I think that if you look at standard 4.14, number 5, that's the standard that typically supports the blocking out of windows from the interior.
Okay, thank you. Overall, it is a solution that addresses the fenestration. It is something that is removable in the future without hurting the structure. Per our Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5. So I guess we'll close for deliberation. So, does anybody have any questions about it? Does anybody feel like they're ready to make a motion on it?
I feel like it's an architectural placebo. And reiterate my disapproval of the suggestion.
While we may not like everything that comes before us, if it meets the standards, then there's no reason not to approve it.
Yes, what's that standard you just quoted?
1.4, number 5.
4.
Number 5. So basically, a lot of stuff comes through here that I don't like. I'm sorry to say it. It's not my preferred architecture. It's not my preferred material. It's not my preferred whatever. But if it meets the guidelines, I can't, that's what I'm looking at. So if it is a solution that meets our guidelines and the homeowner is proposing it, then that means it meets his guidelines. So I don't see why we would not approve it and move forward.
I mean, I guess legally it says if it's no longer needed. In 4.14, number 5, would be an existing window condition, not a new window condition. I just don't feel like that providing a window that does not meet the historical requirements for fenestration, light, ventilation, does not meet the entirety of the window section for residential buildings, and I've already scrolled away from it. That is my objection. Not that it does not meet that
So I think that
4.14, as it is a new window, not an existing window.
Just so I'm clear, you don't think the window needs to be there at all, is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I don't. I'm not saying that it doesn't need to be there. I'm just stating the fact that as it's a new window that is historically required for lighting and ventilation, it, in my mind, does not meet any of the requirements for 4.12. Thus, it would not meet any of the requirements that we are stating that it needs to be there to break up the length of the wall.
So may I suggest that I think Commissioner Allred is exactly right, that the historic purpose of windows is completely related to the interior programming of the space. However, in this case, that is, because that is not our purview, we can only look at the exterior presentation, and the rhythm of the fenestration is much improved by this window, even though it does not relate to the interior programming.
I don't disagree. I just think it's an architectural placebo that does not meet, in my opinion, the standard.
But I like the placebo effect in this case.
So, just speaking freely, I think covering up a window from the inside is not the best construction practice. I've done it a bunch of times, unfortunately. I don't feel like, I mean, I feel like this is, again, in the private realm. It's none of my business. We have done windows, we have done details to shadow windows. Specifically in masonry, we've recessed that section of brick to mimic what a window would be like there. Instead of actually putting a window there. I'm just throwing that out there. This is hard coat, so that is something that could be done here as well.
But that's not what the client, that's not what the applicant is suggesting.
I'm just speaking freely. So,
There's been all kinds of discussion about what to do to break up this wall, and as far as I'm concerned, I don't even think that there needs to be a window, a fenestration, a thing applied to the wall or anything because of where it's located on the property myself, but because it's been a strong point for other commissioners, I have myself tried to work through elements, but I think that it's not necessary. I mean, the idea of having something physically embedded into the stucco sounds a lot smarter to break up the fenestration than having an entire wall foundation and window put in for no reason at all.
Well,
So
part of it-
that's my opinion.
I believe the reason, the big problem is that the applicant did not work from the original
Of course.
COA. And so we would not have approved the design as it was built. And that's where we are right now, looking at the information that has been provided to us, given our restrictions. I think that the placebo may be the best that we can accomplish without requesting the applicant start all over again. And I'm not sure that any other commissioners would be willing to go that far.
I feel like the last time we asked them to put a window in.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
and they
no,
did
I think-
exactly what we asked them to do.
Yeah, we did.
Whether it's real or not, that's what we told them
Yes,
to do.
to do that.
Or that's, you know. That's the direction. Right.
No,
Hi.
we didn't, yeah, oh,
We all good?
Sorry,
we're closed. We're closed.
I don't know how this works. I'm so sorry. I apologize for interrupting.
Do you guys want me to reopen?
I'm not sure there's much point.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we have a standard that this meets and
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
we just need a motion.
Somebody needs to make a motion.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with Secretary of the Interior standards for historic rehabilitation on page 2.5, in that the blacked out window in the bump out is consistent with standard 4.14.5.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Kern seconded. All right, we'll take a vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
No.
Commissioner Taylor,
yes.
Commissioner Kern,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, yes. So we approve motion passes 7-1.
Thank you. Thank you, Angie.
Thanks.
Okay, our next application is 424 through 428 West Boulevard. This is the Wilmore School. Some of you will have remembered this. The applicants are requesting to remove some fenestration, and I have a site plan in the supplement. The applicants are in the room, so this is the site plan for the Wilmore School project. We are talking about elevations on 2 townhomes located along, street is that? Forget what street that is. West Kingston, thank
Kingston.
you. And so it's just this corridor right here. And the applicants have provided elevation drawings. And so this is due to a fire code restriction that they've come against with their land development review. So now they have, as you can see, they had 2 windows here and 1 window here that they're removing. There is the addition of a stairwell and also an 8-foot gate at the end of the stairwell. So, and then they also provided some detailed drawings. Sorry, this mouse is not being friendly today. This is the elevation, and you can see this is the corridor that we are talking about, with the stairwell up to the upper level patio and the 8-foot gate. And then we have the details on slide 7. Okay, Patrick and Tarleton, if you could state, you've both been sworn in. You've been in the room. If you could both state your name and address for the court reporter, and then let me know where you'd like to start.
Patrick Tornino, 1900 West Morgan Street, 200, North Carolina, 282.
Do you mind turning your microphone? Thank you.
Sorry. Yeah, you go. You want me to do that again? Okay, yeah, sure. Patrick Tormino, BBM Architecture, 1900 West Moorhead Street, Suite 200, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. So ultimately, just to give you a little bit of context here, the reason we have elected to shift some windows and remove some windows between these 2 townhomes was to provide an additional egress path down from the courtyard, which is just behind the townhome. So that's, you can see in the top right image there, and the courtyard's here. So that's up 1 level, about 12 feet from grade at this point. So that stair was a code required add during our county permitting review. In doing so, there's a code requirement where you cannot have windows within 10 feet of that stair. So the last diagram, I think in the details, Candace, you can see there's a zone around that stair on this top image, that dashed line that kind of goes around there. So we've really tried to keep as much of the glass, as many of the windows as possible, and ultimately shifted some windows closer to the frontage from where they were previously. And ultimately, to keep security at a high level for the courtyard, we added an 8-foot gate at the front, which can be seen in the far right image. And this gate is intended to be aluminum fencing, picket type, which you can see in this elevation here. So again, just to kind of reiterate here, this was a code required stair add, and the windows were removed due to code issues as well. The space between the townhomes, I think, is worth noting that it's only about 10 or 11 feet, so it's very minimal. And ultimately, you still have a window on the corner on both facades. So I think from a visibility standpoint and glass standpoint, it's going to read very similarly to the previous design.
Okay, we don't have any speakers.
Commissioners, questions for the applicant? I have one about the fence. What is the 8 feet? Why is it 8 feet?
It's about the height that you would need to prevent someone from really easily climbing over it. I think that there are HDC standards that are a little bit lower than that, but ultimately we decided to try to go for the higher for that security reason. It's not for visual aspects or anything like that. It's strictly to prevent people from going up into the courtyard, which is fully private and secured access.
Our design standards, our tallest fence that we allow is 6 feet.
Mhm.
All right, and then obviously fire safety and egress and human safety is kind of important. Heather just talked about, sorry, we just talked about fenestration and guidelines and all that good stuff. and one of our commissioners brought up the fact that sometimes they'll do a design detail where that you change the pattern or create a design detail with a brick element. Is that something that you guys had thought about or would consider doing? If,
I think it's something we could consider. I think ultimately we didn't really explore that option just because of how not visible it's going to be on this side.
Mhm.
But ultimately, I think that that's something we'd certainly be open to.
okay,
Are you suggesting some sort of, really, minor relief in the same size as the original windows? And
Yeah.
Soldier course or something different?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I mean, if that's something that you would like to see in lieu of the windows, we'd definitely be open to that.
okay, we'll talk about it and see what the commission thinks, but I mean, there's rules and requirements that we're supposed to address, so we'll just see how they affect. Those were my two questions. Do you guys have anything? Okay, we'll close for deliberation then. So, obviously, fire safety, those are things that we need to take into consideration. They do, again, sometimes impact our fenestration in these types of structures. I mean, we've done different things. Sometimes we haven't made them do anything because they just don't have windows there because of fire safety. Sometimes we've asked them to do a design detail to break up the fenestration. So I'd like to know what you guys, how you see that guideline.
I don't think it's visible enough to really warrant
Yeah.
much
Where's the,
discussion.
yeah, I was gonna see the site plan again.
11. When, actually, I might open it back up just to ask the width of that space. Do you guys tell us how wide that alley for?
I believe it's 11 feet.
Oh, yeah, it's on it's on
Yeah.
page 6.
Dimension somewhere on there.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, I mean, 11 feet is not very wide. Your perception of what you can perceive from the,
And is it still open or no?
oh, I didn't close. Yep, it's still open.
So where you see the bathroom and plan,
Yes.
it was a little window over the sink. So you can see how far it is from the front of the building.
Okay.
That's where it was originally and then.
Yeah. It's behind an 8-foot fence anyway. So.
Well, that's the other. That is the other question. So, okay, so that's one thing that we need to decide on. And then the other is the gate. So our fencing basically allows us up to 6 feet. If, there are extenuating circumstances, that's why they have this board, is for us to review. We would just need to be able to communicate why we would make an exception if we are willing to make an exception. And if we are not, then we have a guideline that has a standard for us.
Is there an exception for, since this isn't like a private site?
So overall, I don't have, Candace, do we have much experience with the multifamily or more of the development?
So the multifamily and larger developments always follow the residential standards for fencing, because that's where fencing standards sit, is in the residential chapter.
Right.
But yeah, they typically work with staff to get it to meet our step down. So you would just need to state why you would go around your current standard. Keep in mind, it needs to be within the purview of this board. So
Which safety is
may
not.
not be the right exception. So if you find another one within the standards.
Okay. All right.
I'm not climbing a 4-foot fence, but I feel like.
I know.
Get over a 6-foot fence, you can get over an 8-foot fence.
I think 6 is, I think it should be at 6.
Yeah. I mean, our design standards support that. So, so at the end of the day, it appears that everybody.
I mean, I think that it'd probably be worth asking to request to look at some more detailing on the fence.
Okay.
As it's shown, it seems like you could basically just reach around and hit the emergency egress bar to open the gate. Generally, that is inhibited by like a micro perf panel that keeps you from doing that.
Well, let's ask them. We're open again. Okay.
Yes, so this is a common problem with these type of gates is you have to be able to panic out because it's an egress. But you can't reach in. It's very common in these multifamily, especially around pools, because they don't want children.
Yeah.
So we put the little perforated, it's usually to match the same color. And goes up and down just enough so that a normal size arm can't reach over and hit the bar.
Relays.
Yeah. But then the front is on like a fob access control where residents,
John?
That was a comment,
Okay.
if we want to see it,
Yeah.
or staff can handle it, in my opinion. But
I mean, I feel like they would handle the details of it, but I think we need to give them parameters if we're gonna.
On the size of the fence, I think 6 feet is still preferable for me.
All right. Anybody have any concerns or questions about the fenestration?
I would ask that they do some detailing to break up that wall. That's a lot of empty brick. Even though it's a fairly narrow alley, doing something to recognize where windows would have been, some sort of simple pattern that respects that message while still adhering to the code, I think would be appropriate. And I think that can be worked out with staff.
Okay. Well, sounds like a motion.
Yes, ma'am. I move that in light of the feedback from code enforcement regarding the removal of windows, we asked the applicant, so the removal of windows is incongruous with the design standards, but the special case presented by the code, safety codes, merits an exception in this case. I ask that the applicant provide some minor cosmetic details to staff, recognizing the fenestration pattern as it would have appeared without that code issue. That is in compliance with our standards for recognizing the standards for windows and doors as well as the code compliance issues. Anything else, guys?
Is that a motion to approve?
A motion to approve. But noting that this is a special situation with unusual facts.
State standard 6.15.
I was looking for standard,
Okay.
6.15.
Yep.
Thank you. And windows and doors, 7.14. I also include in this approval would be the installation of the egress gate and fence, but at a level of 6 feet, with all materials to be provided to staff for approval prior to installation.
Fences is 8.6.
That is in compliance with 8.6.
I think number 4.
Number 4.
Maybe number 5
And number 5.
and number 6.
And number 6.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Which one? Commissioner Allred. You seconded, okay. So let's vote. Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, yes. We are, motion passes 8-0.
I'm noticing that there are 2 additional items on the application that we did not address. Let me put in another quick motion that we also approve the installation of the HVAC units, stipulating they get additional screening, again, to confirm with staff, and confirm the planting strip between the foundation and side elevations of both building C and D.
Okay, all right. Do we have a second on that motion? Okay. All right, So Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, that's me. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Yes. Commissioner Wojcik, yes, that's approved 8-0.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I didn't see that on the continuing.
We are skipping case number 11-2126 Charlotte Drive, which is being deferred by the applicant. So we are now moving to 2019 Park Road, and I'm going to hand it over to Jen for this project.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor is recusing.
Right, we have our applicant with us online. Angie, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And then I believe we have the owner online as well.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Mr. Grippo, have you been sworn in?
Oh, no, I haven't.
Yay. All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, so this is an application for 2019 Park Road. They are proposing an accessory dwelling unit and a outdoor fireplace and some site work associated with the new ADU. But I will turn it over to Angie to go through the presentation. Angie, if you'd like to let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. And so let's start with slide 7. So slide 7 just gives some site context, and we do have a supplement to this that I'll get to in a few minutes. But so before you have we have a unique project for us. The original house is 1925, back in 2003, so 20 plus years ago, 23 years ago, Alan and I did this project as an addition to this house. And then there was a rear addition added, and in 2010, there was another addition to this, which was the 2 dormers that were added on the side and on the rear of the house. And so here we are, fast forward, 16 years, a new owner has come to us. Oh, also too, in 2003, there was a little potting shed addition on the back that became quite a quaint little feature of this particular property, as you can see in the slide. So what we're presented with before us now is a garage. We did not want to remove the potting shed that's there. It's a quaint little potting shed. It backs up to the alley. So on slide 10, is it that you're on? I'm sorry, I cannot see it.
We have the existing site plan up. Is that what you wanted?
Yes, so I'm doing this from my phone because I lost internet, so apologies. But the current slide that you're on, so this is a corner lot. It has an alley access to the back that's quite narrow, and then there's a driveway that cuts through. And we were, charged with creating a very unique garage that is to the back left corner of the property, but not removing the potting shed that was there. And so the uniqueness of this is it's actually going to be backloaded from the alleyway, but be able to drive through it from the left side, which is the existing current concrete driveway. And so we have again, a little bit of a uniqueness to it, but because it is in the back and because we can add vertically to it slightly, wanted to do an accessory dwelling above the garage. So from the street, from Park, you would see one garage door and then what looks like another door, but it is not. And so you would have what appears to be 2 garage doors
only one is a functioning garage from the driveway side, and then attaching it to the little.
Angie, I think we lost you. Angie, can you hear us?
Geez.
Oh, you're back.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what's going on today, so. All right, drive-through garage alley access, attached to the potting shed that's there. Um, the, the house itself and the potting shed have all unique overhangs, and they vary, and I'm gonna get to the overhang reason why I'm giving that to you now. So there's a 24-inch overhang, there is a 16-inch overhang, a 12-inch overhang, and an 8-inch overhang on the house as it is right now. And trying to kind of decide which is the best suited. We're using existing boxing height of the house, existing boxing height of the shed, in order to create this 1.5-story with dormers for the garage. And I'm not sure what you heard about the alley access or not, but you would have primary alley access, but from facing this garage from the left-hand side, it would be a drive-through garage to exit out of the alley. Can you go to the next slide? I'm sorry, I can't see it, but.
We're on the right elevation.
The right elevation, okay. So the right elevation is taken into consideration keeping the potting shed. It is kind of a little iconic feature of the property. It's been there for 23 years right now. And so what you see from the alley side, if you can go to the photos that are the site photos, if you don't mind. Slide. No, one up. Yeah, one up. Okay. So if you can kind of zoom in on these, you can actually see that the little potting shed is kind of tucked to the back. You do see it from the corner, but it is kind of nicely positioned. It does have a slate roof, cedar shake siding, quite charming, and we don't want to lose it. So doing this addition does tie in this potting shed with the side stairwell of the new garage / ADU. I know that there was some question about foundation height. The current foundation height of the potting shed is roughly 3 courses of brick or 8 inches, and we would keep that same brick coursing for the foundation of the garage. The eave heights. Now, this is where I would love for you to go to the supplement, if you may, because in the supplement, I give an example of 2 different eave dimensions. If you can zoom in on the next page, there's one more, sorry. So there's one more page on. Yes, okay. So this, if you look here, circled, one shows the eave is extended and one is not. So if I were to match the eaves on the house, the overhangs on the house, then the boxings line up. But we felt that, number one, because of its position, it would be too close to the house, and I have to maintain from eave to eave 4 foot for fire separation. And so that we wanted to shorten it, again, knowing that there are different overhangs on the house. So on the current slide you have, please tell me what that number is.
15 of the supplement.
Okay, 15 of the supplement. If you look in the photograph above, there's just the photo in the image in the center of the page. If you can zoom in on that, you can see that the house has deeper overhangs than the accessory structure. Also, the dormers have a different overhang. And so what we wanted to show is that, you know, while the existing house is 24, we're not able to do that on the garage just because of its placement, not because of its size, but just because of its placement. So the eave overhangs, I know there was comment about the window header.
We lost you, Angie. Angie, can you hear us? Mr. Grippo, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Would you like to add anything before we move on to the commission's discussion?
Um, I don't know what else to add, but I guess I would say, would you look at it from Park Road? You're only gonna see the garage door on the left, because the house kind of has another addition on that side. That's kind of the only thing I thought of when she was presenting. I can't talk about the eaves. That's kind of out of my
No.
purview.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, in the supplemental information, there's the left elevation and the right elevation. On both of those elevations, you can see its relationship to the house. And I point that out because on the left side, it shows the shed dormer, and on the right, it shows the shed and the gable. I just want you to look at those when you're comparing, you know, the house complex roof.
Angie, it might be beneficial if you turn off your camera because it might be sucking up your internet. Angie, can you hear us? Angie, if you can hear us, if you turn off your video, then it might let you speak clearly.
Video is off.
Awesome.
Yeah,
We can hear
video.
you now. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Hopefully this works.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. What I was going to say is if you look at the left and right elevation, you'll see the relationship to the house. And the other thing is this garage in relationship to the house next door, which is the alley. And we have photos of this all in our supplement as well. So I pretty much think that's it. It is lower than the main house by about a foot. But the addition, and you can see that delta in that supplemental information. And you'll also see the house next door. So if you zoom just to the right of the shed, you'll see that's the house next door. And the difference in height of the house next door, which shares the alley to the structure. Does that help?
Yes, thank you, Angie.
Okay.
All right, I think, if there's anything else from you, Angie, or Mr. Grippo, go ahead, but we'll turn it over to the commission for questions.
Yeah, other than the site and the fireplace, that I would ask that we can work out the details with staff.
All right, does anybody have any questions for the applicant? So, I can't see that. So is that a foot below, it says? No, 10.25 inches. And what are our ceiling heights for our garage?
I didn't see that. I was looking.
And the overall soffit heights, she explained why they don't line up, but
I don't think we need to be talking about soffits when the massing is
Yeah.
wildly too much of the same. That's,
She's got width and
it's not secondary.
I don't see height anywhere.
the interior has the ceiling heights on it.
Second floor is 8 feet.
Okay, so at the end of the day, or at the beginning of the day, we are talking about context. And the larger items within the guidelines.
Secondary structure.
And then accessory buildings. So if we start with the big picture of context, setbacks, we can see where the property, it sits on the property, the relationship of it to the house, the overall height of the structure compared to the main structure. So massing and complexity of form and height and width of the structure seem to be a good place to start. Does anybody have any?
Height is 21.8 3/4. And the house says it's 23.7.
The drawing said it was 10 1/4 inches below the main ridge of the house. So if I am looking at the structure in itself compared to the historic part of the house and then the additions that've been added, the overall footprint engages with the property. Do we have the permeability calculations?
It's 53% open space, but I find that hard to believe it's been a historic thermal wall of the property because it has been added on to so many times.
I also believe,
That's that to be studied.
okay, I also believe that if you look strongly at the staff memo, it might move along the project.
There's a lot of material missing. And I think that the fact that this is clearly not a secondary structure in this design merits just asking for a restudy.
Okay. Well, sounds like nobody has asked any questions of the applicant. So as long as you guys don't have any questions of the applicant, then. Okay. So.
You want a motion? Yep. All right, help me out, guys, but let's go. I move that we continue this application because the ADU as proposed is not secondary to the main structure in the size, massing, scale, or roof forms as required by 8.10, number 3, and the Secretary of Interior Standards, number 9. Additionally, we will request some information to be provided regarding context, specifically a streetscape survey to show the relationship between the proposed ADU and adjacent property per context standard 6.1 to 6.4. We will need details on the proposed foundation height, eave lines, window header heights, and the dormer in contrast to those on the original. Because of the complexity of form and the fact that the way it's drawn, the way it's currently proposed overwhelms the existing accessory structure.
Can I make a request?
Please do, yes.
I would like to request a special study to 6.8 massing and complexity of form and 6.13 roof forms and materials. I would like for there to be some continuity between the accessory structure and the existing architectural structure on the property. And I don't see any continuity between those two.
Absolutely accepted. In addition to those, we would ask material and details be provided when we get to that point. I'm not sure we will even be there with the next conversation, but when it is time, we will need window trim detail, bracket detail, materials noted to match existing, and samples to be provided. Note that the shake siding should be individually applied, not panels of shake. That any new garage doors should be made of wood, and window and door specifications that meet existing HTC standards.
And review permeability.
Also direct the applicant to review permeability from the historic thermal wall of the rear of the main structure. And when we get to the fireplace, we will need brick and mortar samples for that proposed addition.
Okay. Anybody have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Sullivan, second. Let's vote. Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, yes. The motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks.
Our next application is 1100 East Worthington Avenue. Angie is also our applicant.
Oh, I know. Wow.
I'm back in.
Okay. Angie, I think you have two devices going, which is giving us
No.
feedback.
I'm off. I only have one.
Okay. Okay, awesome. All right, this is, this request is for a new accessory building as well. Also some site work. There is a site plan on slide 11. And so you can see the applicant is requesting the new accessory structure, a pool, some pathways. This is an extension to an existing patio and a brick fence along the Ewing elevation. So they provided some inspiration photos and then also elevation drawings on slide 13 and 14. And then on slide 15, there's a Zaltwell survey. And floor plans 16 through slide 18. Angie, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to get started.
Okay, Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Charlotte 28208, and I believe Brian Flynn is on as well.
Brian, are you online?
I see him.
Yeah, I think I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Brian, are you going to be speaking during this hearing?
If I need to, I was hoping Andy was going to take the lead with all the technical info.
Okay, I ask because have you been sworn in?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so we're gonna need to swear you in first if you'll be speaking tonight.
There. All right. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, and Brian, can you state your name and address for the court reporter?
Brian Flynn, 1100 East Worthington Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Thank you. And Angie, you've already stated yours, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I sure have.
Okay.
Okay.
No. Angie, you might just have to turn off your camera. Okay.
Okay, let's see.
Thank you.
Stop video. How about that? How about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
I hope I don't lose you. I'm going to try to do this in like 3 minutes.
Okay.
I would like for you to go to the site plan to show the existing garage. So slide 11. So the existing garage is an existing non-conforming structure, and as much as we wanted to salvage this garage and build up from it, we could not because it's only like 1.5 to 2 feet from the property line. And so rebuilding it to have an accessory dwelling above it was the best solution. And so what we're going to preserve is the driveway on this property, and then add to it paper south, right? So the addition is going to be basically paper south, but also having to shift it so that it meets the 5-foot setbacks. So having said that, it does create a little bit of a unique rear wall of the garage, or left wall of the garage. And then, so slide 9, if you will. So slide 9 shows some examples of other garages that we're using as a point of reference that are just within in the district. Slide 8, if you can just look at slide 8 for a second. So these are existing conditions. There is a 2-story house driveway to the right. And then internally, there's a courtyard with a stone paver. And then we do wish to add a pool, a small little plunge pool to the backyard. Slide 11 again, slide 11, 12. You already went through the pool location. So this particular property has a retaining wall around the perimeter of the property, and that you can see in some of the supplemental photos as well. If you don't mind jumping to that. Yes, so supplemental photos, you can see that the property is, well, that's not it. Yeah. So, sorry. Okay, supplemental. The bottom left-hand corner of slide 17, you'll see that there is a brick retaining wall. We do want to maintain that, but the new wall that we're proposing would be inboard of that, enough to have a planter strip. So where the existing wood fence is now, you can actually see that in the middle of slide 17. We do want to maintain that wall and add a brick privacy, latticed brick privacy wall for the backyard. The new garage that we're proposing is 1.5 story, has similar features, just shed roofs that would give us the most height upstairs, although the garage is not very tall, and you can actually see that in the center of the slide 17 that you just had in relationship to the house. It is 2.5 feet lower than the existing house and much, much lower than the house adjacent to it. I do want to point to this particular slide. You can see a blue arrow on the driveway. If pan down just a hair, you'll see a 2-story garage that flanks this new proposed garage of our 1.5 story. Also to the distance, there was a question about possibly the distance of the garage to the house. So the existing garage to the house is 51 feet. The proposed garage to the house is 45 feet away, so that you have a good clearance between existing house and the proposed garage. Yes. Boxing lines do line up. It is going to be 19 feet tall, so it's not a very, very tall garage, but it is tall enough to have vehicles on the main level and then some minimal head height on the second level. So shed dormers, windows to match. There is a correction. We showed 3/1 windows, but the existing house has 4/1. So we will be correcting those to match the existing house. But other than that, I mean, it's a fairly simple form. Street side has a shed, just as similar to some of the examples that are given, which is on slide 11, slide 10, 11. slide 9. Similar garages that are within a stone throw away. So wood doors, the lattice brick wall that is in the example as well. Other than that, really don't have any other information to add.
Thank you, Angie.
Mhm.
No speakers.
Do we have a Zatwell?
That's not well.
We do have the Zootwell, yeah, Zatwell.
Slide 15.
So the existing garage was only 12 feet in height, barely enough height to truly get a vehicle in. And that was from grade to ridge, a little over almost 13 feet. We're not adding to the overall height. The, yeah.
Right. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant?
What are the windows again on the street facing side?
They're going to be they're going to be 4 light windows because
I think Angie was saying the main house has 4/1 and the drawings indicate 3/1, but they're going to correct the drawing to be 4/1 to match the main house.
Okay.
Candace, can you go back to the side street view, looking at the front of the garage? Is there one that shows the actual house? Not the, yeah, but more, I'm more interested in the roof lines on the existing structure.
Slide 2, maybe.
Is there a slide that you saw?
So it looks like there's a side-to-side gable on the front of the house with a hip roof line on the back of the house.
I'm trying to understand the plans that I'm looking at on slide 15. What does it say proposed house?
So
Slide 15.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Holtz, the applicant has added the fence brick walls in an elevation form. So you're seeing proposed and proposed, but one has the fence and one does not.
What I'm trying to understand is what's the difference between the top, what is the top one telling me? Is the top one?
This one?
No, yep.
That's just the street without the existing, yeah, without the buildings. Commissioner Wojcik, I'm not sure what slide you're asking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I was
they
just
don't-
trying to see the main structure a little bit better.
Yeah, I
Um,
don't think we have really great photos of the main house. I think these are the existing, I can zoom in up here.
Yeah.
can you hear me? I'm sorry. I lost you for a minute.
We can hear you, Angie.
Okay, the supplement has photos of the existing house on the upper side of the page. Upper left-hand corner shows the house. Here you go.
Is that what you were looking for?
Yeah, yes, that's helpful. Thank you. Was there permeability on this one?
There shouldn't be any issues.
$42. Previous. Okay, thank you. So, at the end of the day, or the beginning of the concept is the context. And so with this particular neighborhood, I know that there's a lot more context out there for 1.5 story structures, but the relationship of that 1.5 story structure to the main structure is still the primary concern. So from that standpoint, again, we're back into massing and height and complexity of form, and this accessory structure doesn't seem to tie in to the main structure with any roof line repetition. The wall heights look very, very tall in terms of how the windows are set. So I don't know if there's continuity between the window header heights with the main house. It's just the secondary structure just doesn't really seem to connect to the primary structure at all. From a design standpoint to me. Does anybody have any questions or concerns?
Are we open or closed?
We're still open we can ask Angie questions. Okay. If nobody has questions for the applicant, we can close and deliberate. Okay.
May I make a comment?
Sure.
Okay, so right now you have a street facing front gable and a side facing gable of the existing house. And what you can see, there's a front porch gable and then there's a side gable. The back roof is a hip roof that doesn't really allow for a second floor other than if you were to do dormers. So the roof line of choice was a gable, but the existing garage had a gable inward facing, and we wanted to respect that gable facing interior lot, not street facing. Therefore, did it as a shed dormer, which again, just, context of one of the other garages that was shown has a shed roof facing the street. And we felt that that was the simplest of roof forms that was street facing on the corner, which, is the Ewing side. And then
if you go to that context though, Angie, that garage is sitting next to a much taller house.
Correct.
Right.
And
so
but it has gables that are inward facing, right? And if you look at the garage that is inside interior lot, there's, the one that has the iron gate is gable facing street. And there, you can actually see the two garages right next to each other in that image. They're side by side. And yes, while they have different primary structures, the boxing lines up, the window headers line up, the relationship to the existing house, and also its distance. I mean, if you look at these two, unlike the previous project that was submitted, these are 54 feet apart, whereas, yes, the other one was only 4 feet apart. So I think there's, scale to this in its separation. The entire house is only 55 feet long, and we've got 51 feet between, or 45 feet, excuse me, between structure and house. But the closer house to it is the one that's a 2-story house right next door, right? They share 5 feet of a property line in its context. So, I think the garage as it sits right now, only being a few feet taller to get an upper level is not an unrealistic ask.
Okay, well, now we're gonna close.
Okay.
So overall, how do we feel about the context of what we're being shown as comparison properties?
Well, I mean, I think it's difficult to make a determination on context, spacing, massing, height, scale, directional expression, without the information of the existing residents.
Okay.
I mean, there's a few pictures that have been provided, but without a kind of a direct relatable context, it's hard to make any determination whether or not the dormer is within what we would consider approvable massing and complexity of form.
Okay. So an actual drawing of the elevation that we would be seeing and comparing to?
I mean, a drawing would be sufficient. I think that there's a multitude of ways to kind of get the information on a sheet of paper that we can review side by side what's being proposed for the ADU compared to what's existing and in place of the existing house. I mean, I appreciate what's been provided on other projects and adjacent properties, but the lack of information on the property project that we're asked to review is insufficient.
Yep. Okay.
May I suggest additionally, the context photos that she provided for other garages, we have no addresses on them. We don't know how far they are, where they are, whether they're historic structures in the district. All of that detail would need to be added.
I would need more window and door trim detail. I know she says 4/1, but I'm looking at 4 little windows that have 3 grids in them, so it's hard for me to visualize how I'm getting 4/1 in these little teeny windows here. So I just need her to clean up the windows, and I think that is a little odd looking on the left-hand side of the garage where you have the 2 windows kind of in the middle, but
So the fenestration in itself as well. Mr. Whitlock.
Some 3D would help as well, I think, in this case.
Of the unit itself.
Showing, and the relationship to the existing
House. Okay. Commissioner Taylor, anything that you'd like to?
Yeah, just 2 things. One, small garage door, I think needs to, follow the guidelines.
Okay.
And 2, the retaining wall with a brick screening wall set behind it. I'm just not sure how far behind, I'm not sure what that would look like at the end of the day. There's lots of examples of brick walls in the neighborhood, but 2 brick walls, I'm not sure about.
yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Kern, you did the windows. Commissioner Sowash, is there anything particular that stands out to you?
Going back to the fake architectural, I don't love the fake garage door in the driveway. I mean, I don't know how to make that better, because then it looks off center if there's one garage door. So it just looks funny with the brick underneath the fake garage.
Say that again, because that is the garage door.
So there's 2 sides of the garage, right? Oh, no.
No,
this
that
is
was
the
the last one. Yes, yeah, yeah.
I don't know. That's.
Okay. Commissioner Sullivan?
Nothing to add. Commissioner Whitlock kind of made my request for a 3D. I think it's because the 80 years in the garage is going to sit about an angle to the primary structure. It'd be helpful to see that in 3 dimensions so that we could see how things relate and line up. So.
Okay, thank you.
Also, the detail of the fencing that would complete the enclosure of the pool from the house to the ADU. I see the detail or partial details for the brick fencing, but nothing on the backside fencing.
Okay. So my biggest concerns again are repetition of roof lines and some relationship to the main structure. And also the height of the first floor wall does not seem to have continuity to the main structure. So those would be areas that I would want the applicant to focus on bringing us back a restudy. So we need somebody to make a motion.
I will make a motion to continue this application because the project is incongruous with the following standards. Context 6.2 and 3. Massing and complexity of form 6.8, height and width 6.9, scale 6.1, roof form and material 6.13. Windows 6.15 A through D. What else? Fences and walls 8.6.
Yes, and then specifically, can you ask for relatable drawings to the main structure?
And ask, yes, and the applicant, could they please provide relatable drawings to the main structure?
And then it sounds like 3D drawings of the garage in relationship to the house would also be.
And 3D drawings would be amazing.
Yeah.
In relation to the house.
Okay. I think that covers everything that we all just talked about. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sullivan seconded that motion. Let's vote. All right, Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Sowash,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Yes.
Yep, Commissioner Wojcik, yes. Project was motion passes 8-0.
Thank you, Angie.
Thanks.
Okay, before we get up and go anywhere, can we get some minutes approved?
I make a motion to approve January and February minutes.
Second.
And December.
Oh,
And we
and
have December.
And you know what? I only did January, February.
Same, because I wasn't here in December. We can do January and February.
And
Okay, do a
Make a
motion.
motion to approve December's minutes.
Second both.
second both, okay. Okay, do we have a vote? To approve all three?
So what do I do? Just
Oh,
the same
just-
thing?
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So I need to get a vote to approve
Yes.
all 3
yes.
months minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner
you-
Kerm?
You can
Yes.
vote on minutes even if you weren't at the meeting,
Oh,
because
yeah.
technically you.
Sure.
Okay. Sorry, Commissioner Kerm, did you say yes?
Yes.
Okay, Commissioner Sowash?
Yes.
Yes. And Commissioner Sullivan?
Yes.
And
Okay.
Commissioner Whitlock, Wojcik, what is my deal? I don't know my own last name. I don't know. Commissioner Wojcik, yes, motion passes 8-0.
Okay, and if you can close the meeting?
Yeah, okay. So. We did minutes, the adjournment, is that what we have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? If no, the meeting is adjourned at 5:30.
Yes.
Way to go, everybody.
I was gonna say, is it